One day, I'll fix it so it doesn't screenshot every time. Oh boy, I've got a lot of toys to play with today. Right, I'm gonna have to make some space, almost certainly. Let's see what we got we can get rid of. What do I just never, ever, ever, ever use? That can go. That can go because we've got the Prime now. Hi Zeno. How you doing? Losing the will to live. Nice. Love it. See, I'm too attached to a bunch of this shit, but I shouldn't be. Wait, I need to keep that for mastery. Fuck. That's why we have them. That can go. I never used that thing. So much shit, man. That can go, because I've got plenty of bows. Having a rough day at work, then. Yeah, sure. Yes, no. I don't know. Can you repeat the question? You're not the boss of me now. Oh, okay. Does it require the full cast to work? Well, like, I don't think I ever really understood what Notice Me Senpai was, because like Campai cast easy, yeah, podcast, understand that, but like the way you've pitched it to me was like almost like RP, which I don't think I was understanding correctly. Oh, I see. Okay. Oh, you just have people have more questions, right? I would offer, but I've got far too much on at the moment. Huh. Still trying to wear out on this fucking witch spire thing's supposed to happen as well. What am I doing? I'm going into leveling, so I can literally just run anything, can't I?
If I may say, operator, your chosen Warframe suits you.
Let's just whack it on Excalibur. Sure, I'll wrangle something. Yeah, it's fair. Oh, a little crossbow. How is that a shield, man? It's got holes in it. Right, let's just auto put together. What is this? Yeah, heavy attack and it hits in a wide area, inflicting a blast status effect. Auto install. I can't believe I've never done the Lato Vandal before. Sure. Hi Bocho, how's it going? Oh, coffee. I can't, the weather's like just warm enough to be uncomfortable. I can't decide whether I want to, I'm like currently in jeans and I kind of regret it. I was like, oh, it's cool enough that I can wear actual clothing instead of just shorts, but nope. We good, Chief? This doesn't seem good. No, my connection's still there. Note to self, never be truthful on anything about my self projects. Really? How so? Oh, come on, man. Is this just bugged? Okie dokie. There it is. Because I got criticised by my prof, as in good criticism, but it still hurts. No, that's... I mean, it depends on what the context was. Because if it's about yourself, why would they be criticising... Like, what right do they have to tell you what to do? If it's about your, like, what you're studying, that's fair. And if you had, like, a professor who's like, you like video games, you fucking lame bitch, that's not good criticism. I obviously don't know the context, so... Alright, let's try that again. There we go. I'd rather not say it. That's totally fine. But if it's something personal and it's like something, you know, it's not like something related to your studies, then don't take this professor seriously. Hi.
Everything you encounter, do not relent. The integrity of this experiment relies on
That's what I mean, guys, look. People are weird. People are weird about it. Being a lame bitch is not good criticism. No, it is when I tell you that. Don't listen to anybody, except for me. Listen to me whenever I say things. I don't know, I used to give a fuck about what people thought of me, and then I just sort of don't anymore. Or at least to the degree that anybody says that, you know. I think everybody cares a little bit, but... I'm just trying to let it bother me. Maha! Oh, you grew up. Yeah. It's such a bitch, isn't it? Hindsight is 2020. I wish I could behave the way I do now in 2020. Dining out on disposable income in 2013, apparently, here. And I gotta say, the supposed majority superpowered population doesn't use their powers in a crisis. That is a hell of a fucking big swing. What are we talking about? Why is it an automatic crossbow? What is that about? That's not how crossbows work. It has a radial attack as well, right? I think. I think also with regards to the whole like not giving a fuck what people think, it's such a. I think it also takes a lot out of you to sort of like do a, you know, have a streaming career, or like content creation career, when you know people are going to be watching your stuff, and you know you have to learn to kind of be okay with criticism. And like I used to like check all the comments and stuff as well, you know, like back when I used to do videos, but my partner's been doing them recently, and he gets really like beat up about stuff, and I have to keep telling him, it's like it's totally fine. Like you don't need to please everybody. You physically can't. There will always be miserable fucking tryhards who whinge about stuff. So some people like just like to be grumpy. That's the thing. That's something I definitely used to be that person as well. I think I just sort of, I don't know, after you get told that like you've been a miserable bitch, you kind of go, huh, I am kind of being a miserable bitch. Worst judge is yourself. I mean, yeah, there's only so much you can do about that, because obviously controlling your own brain in that way is so difficult, and having that kind of like self-discipline to look inside yourself and like question everything you're thinking, you know, and not be exhausted all the time as a result. But if you can, it's good for you to sort of constantly question whether or not it's like, you know, I've had many a time recently where I've been streaming something like Cyberpunk, where like it's kind of been falling off, and I've been like, oh, I'm bad at streaming. I'm like, no, it's just the nature of this fucking platform. You just have to remind yourself that there are other, you know, you are not responsible for everything or anything. Contrarian, yeah. No, I get that. It's because it's sort of, I think we get kind of like conditioned, at least in the UK, I don't know, maybe it's a bit different elsewhere, but we definitely get conditioned that, like, you know, a lot of the people whose opinions are heard and the opinions are discussed are the ones that say, you know, heavily negative things, like be extra critical, you know? And it's fun, I feel like criticism is fun from an outside perspective if it's, you know, like, it's scathing, you're like, oh, that's so bitchy kind of thing. But, like, in reality, it's kind of a miserable way to live thinking like that all the time. Because, again, I used to be very much that, and, like, made a point of being like, yeah, I think everything's shit, and yeah, that's the only way I relate to things, is I see their flaws. And I still get that to some extent, but I don't know. Hi, Ben. English people are miserable. Yes. How you doing? Wish I was still carefree. You can be. It just takes, like, growth. Not too bad. Nice. Nice. Oh, my friends left. I could be definitely doing this more efficiently. I need something to just ping stuff and then... If I run it... maybe I run something that isn't... I might do like Citrine or something, so it's just tagging everything. Can't remember how the XP works nowadays. It used to be you could just like go ham with abilities, and that would level everything you had, which it still does, but slower. You know, you're better off using the weapons. But like, look at that, piddly piddly. Like the Juge's okay. This thing's not bad. It's fine. Couple of runs. Also, didn't do my fucking master blessing again, did I? Stupid bastards. Oh, one day I'll remember. I think that's quite common. It's the reason why all the Norwegians sound American. And Germans. There's a lot of people are raised on US TV. I would imagine, I think, even in the UK, we still have a large portion of our population which not necessarily speaks in like an American accent, but has like American affectations and like the way we say things. I mean, I'm guilty of it. It's fine, you know, it's just the way culture pervades your psyche. That's not something my granddad would be pleased to hear. He'd be like, no, you should always be speaking proper English. You're saying it wrong. You want to talk about a miserable man? My surviving grandfather is a miserable man. Yeah, I think it's quite normal. Nothing to be ashamed of. I think there's a lot of things that you wouldn't necessarily even realise, you know? I am going to change into my shorts. This is too uncomfy. Too warm. Too hot for Twitch. Okay, we're safe again. Right. But anyway, it's why they like use TV to teach like English to French kids and German kids, you know? It's sort of the point, is it gives you a conversational understanding. But it means that you end up, yeah, picking up with little affectations and things. You know, lever versus lever. Sorry, I was really thrown off by like the Hunhulla stuff there. Just don't know if I like it. I think I am going to run out of Cyberpunk this week, possibly. Your dad's very blind when it comes to celebrities. I think it depends on the celebrity. I'm good with like proper actors. I couldn't tell you like popular culture people. Musicians I'm bad with as well. Ugh. Jesus Christ. I fucking hate Seth Rogen. People give Aquafina shit. He's the same. His acting is always exactly the same. Honestly, like stoner movies I have a great dislike for, but I think it's because like I didn't really smoke and I knew a lot of people who did. And they loved those fucking movies and I was just constantly subjected to them and I fucking hated them, man. Those are awful. Not Steven Seagal, no! The world's most dangerous martial artist. His move, his signature move, step slightly to the side and vaguely stroke somebody on the way past. What a weird dude. The real sex symbol. If the sex symbol's an X, yes. Or like a toxic hazard. Owen Wilson. I've enjoyed Owen Wilson in places, but I do think he's one of those actors who kind of just does like one thing. I actually really liked him in Loki. You know, we were talking about Loki the other day. But I do think he's quite one note. I think, again, Keanu Reeves. People love to say, oh, Keanu Reeves is so good. Oh, he's such a good guy. You don't fucking know him. I can do another one. Fuck it. One thing and he's fucking shit at it, yeah. I don't think there's anybody who I really hate seeing and stuff. I think, again, like, anybody who's, like, kind of main thing is, like, stoner humor. It's so boring to me. Basically, like, the Lobotomites Almanac. Oh. The Hollywood stuff is way better than anything I've watched. I always roll my eyes when I definitely know people. My parents are fine with that, actually. My mum engages with stuff quite a lot. She's quite a curious and learned person. My dad doesn't as much, but he does also like have a lot of interests. And he's not a shithead about stuff like that. So, but my granddad would 100% be. He's one of those people who's like, all modern music is terrible, and then he'll like warble fucking awfully to a classical piece, and you're just like, shut the fuck up, bro. Jesus Christ. Can I have some like actual health? Would that be too much to ask? No, it's because there's a leech. I mean, that's a bit extreme. People can have differing opinions, but like, also, I guarantee you, well, I don't guarantee you because I don't know your dad, but like, number of times where somebody is like, you know, they make their whole personality is basically just like, my thing is the right thing, and I'm not even going to engage with your thing to give you the benefit of the doubt. I'm just going to say it's bad because I looked at it for 5 seconds, and I will put it down to raise my opinions above yours. I think that is very common. This fucking mace is terrible. That wasn't the one. Where's the other one? Oh, there he is. Turn my fucking gloom off again. You gotta go. Okie doke. Thanks for hanging out. I burned all my energy again. I think we'll quit out of this one, seeing as everybody seems to have left us. Got used to later. Although we can switch off this fucking dreadful ass mace now. The Zuge wasn't too bad. Hang on, I'm gonna... Oh, no, I can't. Never mind. Why is my, there it is. Rolling guard wasn't going off. Actors I can't stand. I guess I don't really engage with the stuff they're in, that's the problem. Also, Camper Book, so I'm so sorry, I missed your message. Grew up watching Red Dwarf and Father Ted. But that's a weird combination. Do the little chainsaw things. Sure. These fucking things, holy crap. Hmm. I don't think... I think so, I'm not a big fan of Sophie Turner. Karen Gillan. I fucking can't stand Karen Gillan. I think she is the personality of a plank of wood. It's just the redheads, apparently. I just don't like the redheads. Maybe, to be fair, maybe my dislike of Sophie Turner is more that I do not really think she is the ideal Lara Croft. But it appears to be what we're getting. These things ain't bad. Little hand chainsaws. The Vandal's got to be there almost, surely. To be fair, I should be using that. It's the one thing that does actually need to be finished. It's still not there. I don't even know if we have another pistol to use, actually, to be fair, so I'm not in any particular rush to finish it. I think it's melee and rifle, and we've already done one of the rifles. There's one more melee after this. And then I guess Octavia, but I don't have her until tomorrow. God, it's going to be weird having all the Warframes after years of... Ricky Gervais is fucking garbage. Even in Afterlife, I don't like him. He is just... Honestly, the second somebody says they enjoy his humour, I just know I'm not going to get on with that person. Because he's basically, I feel like all of his stuff he writes to punch down. Everything. All of his like scripted stuff is him punching down. Like Catherine Morgan plays a character in Afterlife that is literally there to make him seem smart. Which I just despise. He is such a bellend. She's really funny. He puts me in mind of like a baby that's in an adult body, you know? There's something about his sort of like expressions and mannerism. Although, to be fair, I'm not even sure I'd call him an actor. He's a quote-unquote comedian. That's unfair. He is a comedian, I just don't like his stuff. I'm gonna be balanced. I'm sure some people do like him. God only knows why. Oh, I guess we're going to the next level. Is he one of the people in Idiot Abroad? Yeah. Oh, comedian I can't stand. I feel like a good number of like American comedians I kind of struggle with. Depends on who they are. I think it's just because the humor's not really my thing. I'm trying to think of like, is there anybody who genuinely switches me off? Yeah, Jimmy Carr's not great. I still don't really enjoy him. Bob Mortimer, I think, is incredibly overrated. I think he is the old person's comedian, and a number of times where people have been like, he's so funny, and I'm like, he's really not. He just does like stupid songs. I don't dislike him, but I just don't think he's that funny. I'm trying to think of like Last One Laughing. Was there anybody who I really didn't like in that? David Walliams, yeah. Matt Lucas is okay, but David Walliams a bit. I don't really care for like Little Britain, but I feel like I like Matt Lucas in other stuff. That's the other thing, right? Is like you can watch one show that has them in that's like terrible, and it will ruin them for you. I wouldn't call Chris Pratt a comedian anymore, but I find him very irritating. But only insofar as he's, you know, just that exact fucking gross brand of Christian. He's not a good actor either, really. I used to find him funny in Parks and Rec, but the second he started, like, actually getting success, he was just, ugh. And then it also came out that he was part of that, like, fucking super right-wing church, and he just gets to, you know, get away with that as part of his brand. You know, you can donate to a church that's trying to encourage conversion therapy. That's totally fine. But also, I just feel like he was wittier. Yeah, I don't know. That's tough, isn't it? I'm trying to think of people you exclusively just do not like. I think it's because we tend to, once you realise you don't like them, you stay away from their stuff. Look at the size of this thing. That's a lot bigger than the Orthos. Cool. It genuinely is one of those things that I think that, like, once I know I don't like somebody, I basically just flush them from my head, and I feel like I'll think of, like, a show I've watched that, like, had a character I really fucking hated in it. But I couldn't tell you right now. Hi, Sembrino, how's it going? We're talking about comedians we hate right now.
Your duty in this experiment is to dispatch
Oh, I definitely do not like this. I'm just going to use it normally. I guess it's a staff rather than a pole arm, isn't it? Should one at a time. Do the Stradivar first. Oh, it has its single shot, doesn't it? Yeah. Not the best. Who was the Stradivar with? I don't even remember. I guess one of the frames is in the current rotation? Gara, maybe? No, Gara had the Astolet. I feel like the Torpedo and the Stradivar both kind of have the same aesthetic, so perhaps they came together? I just don't remember who they came with. Bonk. I do it super frequently as my leveling, and I always forget to do, I realised we should have done the Bone Widow at the same time. Never mind. Maybe if I get a booster at some point I'll do it. Can't use it in here though. Wish you could. Holy shit. I always forget to put my True Masters font booster on. Every time. We only got it after the first run today. It's feeling a touch slower at the moment. Okay, we're carrying on. Ugh. Gonna have to find something else to chase soon. I suppose we've got a couple of prime bits to go after, but that's unfortunately that's a Aya problem at the moment. I didn't realise I hadn't done the Nenkondi Prime. I could have sworn I did. Yeah, I think honestly anything that requires like the mass level, like re-leveling over and over again, it's just so tedious. It felt like such a gross choice by D. I kind of wish they'd just be like, yeah, okay, you only have to level it twice kind of thing. Or just make it so they have 40 mastery, 40 levels, and you have to level it for like 10 extra levels. Because doing it like, you know, however many extra times, adding 30 to each time you let it level for 2 more is just kind of, ugh, don't like that. Especially as I think it does scale as well. Trying to collect every mod I can. It's funny, isn't it? I feel like a number of times I'll be like, yeah, okay, I'll go put that one on, and I'll see a mod and I've never seen it before in my life, and I've been playing this game since it launched. I'm still thinking about how I want to do video stuff as well. I think it would help. I just don't want to be like the Warframe channel again. It's already like outpacing Cyberpunk, which is fine, but I think it's good though because it keeps the game kind of like constantly evolving. Because like the the frames are ultimately just a frame. You plug the mods in, and the mods actually change your Warframe significantly. Valheim and Darktide. I haven't played Valheim in ages. Has it had its full release yet? I know it was soon. Oh, we're done. Nice. Let's go. Yeah, bloody hell. And even the corrupted mods are kind of a pain in the arse. I think there's still ones that I need, like from the second pass they did. Full release is coming in September. Maybe I'll play some. I don't know. I really enjoyed it. Again, but I feel like, again, it's one of those things that, like, I loved survival games, especially in COVID. Because it was just this weird sort of, like, cozy thing where, like, everybody had time, we could all just fuck around and, like, work together and build a thing. That's what I want out of life. Nobody has to work. We just make things. We just build silly little towns. Lost a lot of hours to Total Warhammer 3. Don't talk to me about Warhammer. Oh, somebody using Ryoku. Right, I'm benching these guys. I just really like the skill system as well. It's very, like, and it's kind of like older style aesthetic, like PlayStation 1 era. It was super nice. It's very, very, like, comforting. I do like Warhammer. I just don't enjoy my faction in 40k being repeatedly kicked in the cornhole. I'm just waiting for Deathwatch to get squatted again. Which is obviously a different kind of Warhammer. But they're doing Total Warhammer 40k at some point, aren't they? I think. Did I misremember that? Deathwatch! And I just constantly get... The problem is, I have a couple of friends who really love... like playing 40k, and they're always on the cutting edge of the rules, and they keep trying to keep me in, and every time I start feeling interested again, I see, you know, something will change in the meta, and they'll be like, okay, Deathwatch is just missing, you know, like they take so, yeah, but it's the same thing, right? I don't even know if it's worse just not getting models, or like, I don't know. I think Games Workshop is constantly at odds with themselves because they're always producing for Space Marines, but they also don't... It's like every year it's like one for Space Marine, one for Necrons, one for Space Marine, one for Orcs, one for Space Marine, one for Eldar. You can't build the game like that if you expect people to play different factions. Apart from anything else, codices and stuff like that is a problem as well, because some people are just stuck until waiting till the end of the edition before their codex drops. How are we doing with the Mercenary? Oh, it didn't really jump us too much, actually. We've got 40k remaining to get to LR2. Oh boy! Well, it's ire or nothing, right? So... I do probably have a little bit left. No, I don't have anything. We used it all. Yeah, it's why it was such a shame when they did the Stormcast Eternals, because that's what got me into, you know, not necessarily OG Warhammer, but Age of Sigmar. My friend and I bought a box, and I played the Nighthaunt, and he played the Stormcast. And I, you know, I just feel like the second you make like the poster boy, the one that's like the ubiquitous good guy faction, that's like very recognizable, because they're basically just Power Rangers, right? Hi, Mochi boy. How you doing? What am I doing? We don't have any ire, so I kind of didn't think about the fact that I think I do actually have all the prime bits I need. We don't have any Nincondi, do we? No, we do. Okay, we do have some relics. Okay, it's not over. It's not over. What is that? 6, 8. Can I go back to bed? Looking for one plat. I have a plat. That's all I got. It's my last platinum. I think we just need to throw some... Can we have been a defense? Bastard. Yeah, but nothing particularly interesting, to be honest. I think I'm just kind of going to build up some... Do I still have the booster on? I do. 44 minutes! That's when we get some void traces in the next 44 minutes. Do I have any, like... There was a different level defense, wasn't there? Neo... No, they're both Neo. Shit. Alright, whatever. Whatever. I get way more out of like D&D mini painting these days than playing Warhammer. I'm just gonna stop wrecking my radiance. Fuck it. Plan Festa. I loved Vermintide. That was a great game. God, I'm a bit fucking flying around with the Titania in this class. It's a nightmare. I haven't played Age of Sigmar in a long time. I actually don't really have... I think I gave most of my models to my my DM to use. I'm sorry. I liked the idea of it, and then I kind of like actually tried to engage with it, and it just it wasn't doing. Plus, like most of my friends play 40k and nothing else, so I've got too many hobbies at the moment. Anyway, it's terrible stuff. I was saying this yesterday. I got in trouble. I upset my friend while we were playing the new League of Legends card game because I've got a Ezreal deck which is based around like lots of bouncing things back to hand and to the base. And we did like a 2v2, and my friend played Victor, who's all about making like little tokens, little guys, little 1/1s who just swarm the battlefield, and I was just, all I had to do was, that's the fucking one, the Pandaro. I knew there was another gun that came with Octavia. Yeah, I basically spent the entire game just like disrupting his game, and he did not have a good time by the end of it. I felt so bad. It was, you know, legit strategy, but I always seem to lean towards control decks and that kind of thing. I do it in Magic as well. I just like having answers to shit, having counters in my deck and ways to stop people from running away with it. Nobody wants to be responsible and be the one who has to ruin fun, but it's gotta happen, otherwise people just run away with it. Yeah, I used to play blue-black because my original stuff was like discard, and then I slowly moved through the different colors, and I really enjoy red-blue. But I think nowadays blue-white is the one I play the most. Or if not that, like I have Esper, which is the blue-black-white. But it always seems to be like, nowadays with all the Universe Beyond stuff, all the characters I really like tend to be in those colours for some reason. I guess maybe just it matches the aesthetic of characters I like. But Spider-Man, Wiccan, both of them were white-blue. Well, Wiccan's blue, Spider-Man's white-blue. Grahatia from Final Fantasy XIV was the Esper one. Somebody else was white-blue as well. I did a Quain deck, which is like the rabbit dude. I think I've since chopped that up. Oh, I was going to play Hope from Final Fantasy. That's like a mill life gain deck, which sounded horrific. Hi, Cal. How's it going, man?
You have broken their ranks and they are on the run. Another successful mission. Find extraction.
sad I didn't pick up any FF7 cards. Kyle got a few. Go look at Hope S-Time from FF12. It's gross. It is so gross. It's basically like at the end of the turn, every opponent mills cards for the amount of life you gained this turn. And because life gain's so cheap and easy, like you can just piss their cards away. It's horrific. Did I see the PlayStation news? No. Oh shit. Wow, getting some weird, like, deep cut relics here. They're killing off discs by 2028. It was always going to happen. I think, unfortunately, the writing was on the wall about that a long time ago. Mill Rogue in Hearthstone, it was my favourite time to play the game. I don't remember. I think I did, like, Quest Rogue. But I haven't played Hearthstone for a long time. I feel like when I was playing Hearthstone was when I was playing WoW, so it tended to be when back in the day, that would have been when I was playing Rogue, but now I sort of lean towards, like, mages. If they raise the price of the next-gen console and go full digital, they will lose to PC. I could see it. Here's the thing. What I think is going to happen is, if the AI bubble doesn't pop, we're going to see a shift towards the lower tech consoles that are cheaper. I reckon the Switch is going to win big. Switch and handhelds are going to be a lot more appealing, I reckon. I think we might see potentially a Sony handheld again in the same vein, like something that's a little less powerful. But yeah, that's the thing, is like I just don't see it being viable if all the RAM's unavailable, you know? Like, what was the statistics? Like 70% of the world's RAM being... I did see it. I wasn't sure what the actual lawsuit was saying. But I assume it was to do with who they were selling to.
The enemy is broken. Well done. Now get to extraction.
Check my playtime on Death Knight and it's upwards of 30k hours. Jesus Christ. 30k hours! That's obscene. I haven't even spent... I've spent like 4k on Warframe. The lawsuit is about price fixing. Yeah. Well, if that's true, I hope they get fucking railed for it. Yeah, this is fair. I've had a bunch of different characters, to be fair. But my current one I've only been playing since I like boosted a mage in War Within. Although I'm not really playing at the moment. Kind of lost interest. Yeah, it's a dark day, isn't it? Like, I sort of, again, I suspect that, like, we'll see a shift in the way people play video games. I reckon we'll see a lot more, like, low-tech, cheap options. You know, like people playing emulators and things. And then I reckon we'll see a crackdown on those emulators. I liked Midnight at the start, and then the thing with Sylvanas happened, and I was like, no, I'm done, I'm out. Desperate for the AI bubble to pop. I think everybody is. It's so crazy how everybody I talk to who has some sort of element of AI in their industry is just really fucked off about it. Like, nobody wants it there, but the higher ups are like, yeah, we just use the AI, we've got to justify it. And there's all the thing about like the co-pilot bills coming in recently, and then suddenly realizing, oh, we have to pay a fuck ton of money for this. Yeah, it also needs a shit ton of legislation, which I just know they will not do. That's the thing that really bums me out about it. It's one thing to go like, oh, you know, this is the future, but also to go, we're just completely unfettered. We're not gonna like mete out how we tackle this new fangled technology. You know, we're just gonna go, sure, it can do whatever it wants. It can steal for anybody. It doesn't matter. You know, we just want value. It's nothing to do with like the ethical use of AI or anything. It's genuinely mad. Oh my god, higher ups are out of touch. Who could have guessed? That never happens. People in power who have absolutely no idea how the world works.
You have broken their ranks and they are on the run. Another successful mission. Find extraction.
That's the... What? Where's extraction? You're out of touch. Meow. Ramen Dunbull. Thinks too much does to someone's brain. Too much money? It is interesting. People go fucking mad. Oh, sure. It won't come in through legislation, but a single court case that will rule against it, stating what companies are doing to train AI is illegal. Yeah, I mean, it was, to me, it was always going to be Disney, you know? Like, the second they were training off of Disney, that's when it fucking happens. But I think it has, yeah, I think, like, that already has happened to some extent, but I don't know if we'll see, like... I think the damage may be done in terms of, like, training the AI already. I don't know. It's a bummer. I think the worst thing is that, like, it's one thing to look at it from the perspective of, like, we're trying to encourage the growth in the AI industry to, you know, ultimately for the betterment of mankind. But it's the fact that, like, we went straight for the lowest hanging fruit of stuff to just, like, generative AI is a cancer on the creative industry. It's awful. And it's the worst thing is that I feel like even people I know who really hate the idea of it, like, supplying jobs, will still use it in different ways, you know, because it's easier. If you give somebody a tool that makes it easier, they will use it. It's also, like, not good, right? People post things and are, like, when they're like, I'm a prompt artist. No, you're not. You're a fucking parasite. Shall we try and do a Ninkondi? Nope, it's not a Neo. Yeah, exactly. It's two in the system now. Exactly, right? It's the, like, it's frustrating to me when people kind of go, oh yeah, I have a big problem with it, but I'll use it for this thing instead. Like, my sister does it as well. Like, I don't care to get into an argument about it, but, like, it's the fact that, you know, she's a graphic designer. If there was an AI capable of replicating her work, she'd be furious about it. Which there is, but, you know, like, if that was in the sphere. But she'll happily use it for, like, copy. Which I'm like, no, that's wrong. Don't do that. I don't know. Whatever. Who am I to fucking demand people behave in a certain way? I just think creativity is such a beautifully human thing, and to strip it out and replace it with a machine that can emulate that is, as the first port of call of what we do with AI, is the saddest timeline. Art is only art if a human makes it. Well, if a sentient mind makes it. In case we get aliens one day. I'm covering my back. Sorry, I hate the argument about I used to do things I can't do, like access to art is entitlement. Yeah, it is crazy. It's so, do you know what's mental? Is I have a very dear friend of mine who's an artist, and she's had people come into her streams where she's just like drawing, and like them try and show their AI art, and she's like, bro, we don't do that here. Like, it's just ignorance. It's not realizing that like you are entirely capable of it. I'm entirely capable of being an artist. I'm a passable artist. The reason I'm not good at art is because I don't like actually put the effort in. That's the full stop, right? I believe you can basically learn anything assuming you're willing to put the work in. I'm a lazy bitch. I'm not gonna ever go, oh, I should be able to make, like, it's not fair that I can't do art. Yeah, that's the other thing, right? Is it's not even necessarily your choice, because if you're in a job where they're like, no, you have to use the AI, like it's kind of forced on you.
The enemy is broken. Well done. Now get to extraction.
Apart from anything else, there's like the environmental effect as well. Like it's crazy. I mean, like if there's anything we've seen in the last fucking two weeks of the UK, the weather's been foul, and people will still be like, no. Climate change ain't real. Look at my AI generated memes. Oh my god, Banzino, he's doing the thing. It's so funny as well, because like, the second that person came into your chat, I knew. I instantly knew. I don't know why. I don't know why I could see it. There's just this something about them. They bring this like cloud of falsity with them. But it's like, I don't know, like there's that brief moment where they kind of do that like lead in, where they're like, oh yeah, well like, oh, what's this? You know, they try and talk to you like they have a real people name. I mean, I've definitely seen people with like non-real names. I'm always suspicious of like followers who like have numbers in their names, but you know, Xenogillion 2. What happened to the original one, Xeno? What did you do to him? Nothing, if I remember correctly, you got hacked, but... Or was that one you just couldn't get the name? To be fair, I can't remember. I don't know. Sometimes you get people with actual names. I don't have anything to hydrate with, so... It's tough. It's real fucking tough, man. Like, you know, you guys in here is great for me, but, like, I've had days where I've just had nothing but bots show up. You know, it's a brute force. I got reported constantly by Warframe players and I couldn't fight on Twitch so I lost it. Is that why it was? Holy shit, why? Fucking children. That's crazy, man. I imagine maybe you had a slightly controversial opinion compared to somebody else's opinions of the game, and that's not allowed. No differing opinions. Another. Nin Condi. Nin Candy. We need to handle. I hate when they're like, here's multiple rares. God, can you imagine if it needed 4 rares? Like 1 for each Ninkondi? I don't know, man. It's a weird industry. I do love streaming, I really do. But I totally get it. I mean, you know, I've spoken to people where they've been like struggling to get viewers, and it's the weird things when people ask you how to do it, you know. Like I remember, I think it was Antonio Greco's cousin spoke to me after I like met up with him to do the interview, and he was like, oh, how did you do it? And I'm like, first of all, I'm not particularly successful, and second of all, I've no fucking idea. No worries. Oh, for fuck's sake, are we doing this again? Am I gonna have to fucking crash the game? Forza Horizon 6. I haven't played a Forza game in a while. I also feel like with Forza, I kind of preferred the Let's restart. Why is it taking so long to kill the task manager? That's so weird. I can't actually, like... There we go. There it is. Yeah, I kind of prefer the Forza games when they were, like, more Gran Turismo-y. I don't like the open world stuff. As much as I praise Warframe community for being wholesome, good lord, there's a common version of differing opinions. I think this is true of any community that's, like, allegedly good always has a dark side, you know? Like, people always say, like, oh, Final Fantasy XIV's community is so nice, it's so kind, it's so, like, welcoming. And on the surface, I would say, yes, it is. People talk in dungeons, people are generally helpful. It's rare for you to get into fights. However, if you engage with FCs or raiding or anything that's a bit more, you know, in-depth and social, perhaps, it is like the biggest fucking mean girl high school fucking hellhole you've ever seen. It genuinely, like, when I went and played FF14 during COVID, I was kind of like dragged by my friends into an FC, and I engaged with it a little bit, and I met some nice people. But to be fair, Zeno, you do fine. Like, I give you shit for it, but you're doing fine. I think I can see you definitely, like, I don't know, I don't know how the fuck you play Monk, so as far as I'm concerned, you could be pressing any button right now. But I will say, you survive things a lot more, you're paying attention to where telegraphs go, and for the most part, I think you do track it well enough. You shouldn't need to be perfect as well. Like, going into a fucking encounter, dying shouldn't be like a... That's one of the reasons I like it more than WoW, is that WoW does not let you... You know, if you die, it costs the team in a raid. Toxic side of Warframe, both in game, which is rare encounter and past spat of content creators. Madness to me, honestly. But I've only ever really seen, you know, my exposure to the Warframe kind of like community in regards to content creators is the people I know now. You know, I never really met that many of them, and the ones that I did, you know, none of them really seemed to have a big problem. I don't know, I'm not a particularly combative person, so maybe I just don't see it, but... I mean, back in the day, it was really bad, right? Like in the old content creation program. Players-wise, I've no idea. That's a really nice coloured ship. Is that the Prisma one with, like, red on? That's really nice. I don't like the bottom of it, but, like, the metallic part's really, really cool.
Eliminate all Corvus threats.
A regular Valkyrie, holy shit. I think for the most part, like, you know, it's weird, right? Because some people... The thing with YouTube and Twitch and, you know, any other social media by which you can create a platform is that you basically, the world as we are now gives you the ability to become a micro-celebrity, to gain a level of fame and, you know, clout to your words that most people don't experience, you know? Most people are just observers to this stuff. In a culture, we have, like, celebrities and shit. So, sometimes, the people who get into these spaces definitely do not have the appropriate level of ego to be able to survive in it. And not be a fucking psycho. But I think some people just get in there and they're like, you know, see it as like a vindication and like, yeah, I'm right. I'm always right. Otherwise, why wouldn't I be a celebrity? I think like even an ounce of success can... I mean, it happens, like we were talking about, like, you know, fucking celebrities we hated earlier. And I think a lot of the time, the reason why I dislike someone is when they're just like kind of a shitty person. It's less about like whether or not they're a good actor. Because, like, Keanu Reeves, I don't really care for his acting. I don't think he's a bad person. He seems like a decent dude. But that's, you know, based on my perspective of, you know, I don't know the guy. You can kind of get, like, that energy from some people. Akjagara. Basically, guys, if you get at all famous, don't be a cunt. That's the rule.
Mission complete. Excellent work, Tenno.
Whoa! That was a lot. Did we get the double-double? I think I did. And you've still got maybe... I don't know if it was another Meso. It was, okay. We've got 6 more. But I love having a fucking resource booster on for... Please don't do it again. Okay, cool. Yeah, I think some people just like fame destroys them. That level of validation is kind of dangerous for people. Everybody should be a little ashamed. That's my rule. The second you think you're infallible, you've already failed. Push the button.
Well done, Tenno. Your turret is open.
Stay humble, folks. Fame and engagement. People can't handle too much engagement. It does break people. I think this is why most movie stars hide away, because at many points in their career they have to engage with people instead of too much. I mean, like, mental illness among... Probably just among the general population is very high anyway, I think, just because of the nature of the world we've created. Or at least how we categorize mental illness. I'm not going to get into that because I feel like there's a... You know... a lot of nuance to that I am not equipped to pass judgment on. But it's interesting to me, like I was watching an interview between, it was like I think I've been getting loads of like Game of Thrones clips again recently, and it was like, I got put onto like an interview between Kit Harington and Peter Dinklage, and it was about them talking like how their lives have gone since Thrones ended. And it was really interesting knowing that like, Kit Harington, in his youth, when he started, like when the first season came out, he was in rehab. It's crazy how much that sort of shit happens to celebrities. Like, the pressure must be insane. Not that necessarily, you know, it's any harder than anything else, but I think like, being in the public eye makes it so much worse.
Mission complete. Excellent work, Tenno.
See, how do we get 123 from one of them and then 18 from the next? What is that? What's that noise? Let's just chuck this on.
Eliminate all Corvus threats.
I was just thinking about staying humble. Like, I have to say, I do appreciate, like, oh Christ, what happened there? What killed me? Was that a radiation proc or something? Like somebody killing me. I was in last gasp, dude. You need to res me. Why suddenly was... literally is somebody just doing radiation? Because... I'm not entirely sure what killed me there.
Well done, Tenno. Your relic is opened.
Yeah, anyway, staying humble. I do appreciate how much you guys show up for me. It is like... I don't know, I've always had the attitude of like, I never expect anybody to come and sit and stream just because, you know. It's very kind to do it, but... That probably comes from a level of self-worth that I lack. But, you know, like I said earlier, we grow, we change, working on it. I'm a lot better than I used to be. I think eventually just kind of recognize that it's maladaptive thinking and it's not actually about, you know, your perspective isn't necessarily reality. Shit. Actually, no, I don't care. That wasn't long. We're here for traces at the moment. We're here for traces. We've got to get as many of those as possible because it's going to slow down eventually. Oh, fucking hell.
Another job well
I might need another
executed.
coffee. Cool. That puts over 100. I'll do another Nincondi one, then I'm going to grab a drink, and then I'll be back and we'll do some more. Oh, okay. I was looking at your badges, Xeno, and I was like, I couldn't work out what like the little golden train was, and it's the fucking hype train. It's because you did the big gift sub thing. Speaking of, I do need to play something for you. For you. I might leave The Witcher just because I want to kind of aim The Witcher. I'm going to replay The Witcher at some point, but I'm not going to do it until the DLC is kind of like coming, you know? I'd like to finish the game and then do the DLC for the, like, in a similar time, because I don't want to like keep the game around for half a year or whatever. Fuck. What am I doing? Shit. Nincondi. Nincondi. Simba. Oh. I was thinking about WoW again. How much of a fucking disappointment Midnight was. I really liked the world design. They just totally biffed the story again. The monkey's paw curls once again. You get a void key, fucking Sumdali. How do you do that? I want that. Player housing. In fairness, the player housing's great. I think they did a really good job with it, but it seems to have come at the cost of everything else. I know, to me, honestly, I could probably have done the grind. It was just a case of the second that Sylvana stepped back on screen, I was like, I don't want to play this game anymore. I'm so done with her so much. I just can't be arsed anymore. The story writing in that game is just utter trash now. And I knew it was going to happen. I knew she was coming back. I just thought they'd at least hold off a couple more expansions.
Well done, Tenno. Your relic is opened.
Or at least we'd see Illidan first. But no. Randomly step from a portal without having any knowledge of where to shoot. And shoot at Xalatath. Xalatath runs away. They're wasting Xalatath as well, because I think she's a fantastic villain.
The enemy is broken. Well done. Now get to extraction.
But she's turning into the classic, like, oh, I'll get you next time, Star Fox, and just disappears. You should have had more lieutenants for her to be things we knock out in the meantime. That's Saren, yeah. Neja. Blue Neja. Too much going on there. Too much energy. Yeah, I definitely need a drink or something. Come on, Vauban, you can do this. Ah, shit. Oh, it's from Vor, isn't it? It's from the hard mode Vor. Right, I'm gonna go grab a drink, I think. I'll be back in a moment. Got 20 Destiny amplitude on login. Can add it to the pile, which is 18k. Jesus Christ. Yeah, BRB. Just gonna grab a drink. I am back. Oh. Oh shit, I've definitely put that on wrong. Oh, got coffee, guys. I feel I'm going to regret all this coffee later. Oh, sure. I'll invite you next time. It's up to you. Like I said, don't feel like you have to.
Eliminate all Corvus threats.
Yorelli. Dante. I have so many prime bits to sell at this stage that I've never seem to run out of duckers. But I don't really like, unless it's like a mechanical thing or like a cosmetic that I actually like, I don't tend to buy from Barrow.
The enemy is broken. Well done. Now get to extraction.
Again, same problem. Like, yeah, sure, you don't have to run around too much, but even if you're the first one there, you still got to wait for everybody else or for the timer to run out. Sure. Just trying to get an Incondi handle at the moment. It's one of the few bits I still need to do. I think there was another weapon, actually. I might just check that.
Let's talk about the good stuff. For all time's
All right, so done, 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 not done. Yeah, I think it's just an Incondi. Okay, that's good.
no pressure. But this stuff might not be here next time.
It's putting me in mind of like FF7 remake music, this. Nincondi. Still have 4 more relics. Perhaps if we radiant them all. He said, hopefully.
I've been thinking, operator. I thought you
I do want to do the like Steel Path fight at some point. I've not really looked at what strategies to actually use, because it kind of, if I remember correctly, it basically just goes abilities no, or like strips all your energy out. So anything that any build that relies on your abilities is just kind of cooked. Excalibur Umbra.
The relic has been cracked open. Finish your mission to find out what's inside. The enemy is broken. Well done. Now get to extraction.
I'm gonna get you. I'm not gonna get you. Hi, Jack. How you doing, man? What are you on today? You're on Vault. No wonder I didn't catch you. God, that looks like a staticky TV. Oh, goodness me. God, it's July, guys. Oh no, it's the stalker. What? It's Stalker. I mean, I've killed him a million times. There you go, done. Want to throw things at clients? Yay! It did in fact get it for us. Hooray! Want to throw things at clients, but otherwise wusa. Wusa? Wusa. Wusa. That's good.
Mission complete. Excellent
Don't we need
work.
two? Nope, because I already had one. That was the last piece I needed. That's why I misunderstood me having finished it already, because that's why I think I must have seen one and not taken it. Well, we can still do some ducat farming, but that is me done with this resurgence now, thank Christ. The Ninconde. There we go. How do we do the Techo? Oh, I still need Techo Prime Blade. So I saw that earlier. What about the is it the Pandaro? Pandaro. No, we need the receiver. So let's have a look. Pandaro. Nope. Techo. Nope. Yeah, that's off the table, unfortunately, by the looks of it. Perhaps we shall continue, but we'll probably just do defense from now on then. 10 T2s with blade. Up to you, mate, if you want to run them. If you like. I wouldn't say no, but
Bodies wonders. What is
hang on. Let me go to the dojo. I can trade. Sure. That's very helpful. That's how you do it, guys. Just get a community on Twitch. That's how you chase things. Just be a Twitch streamer, forehead. You missed our conversation about how shit AI is. I can remember if I can just do it through... Yeah, it's the... There's a way to... Is it just the setup shop thing? Because I always go to the thing, but... Mod. Actually, you wanted ducats. You know what? You can have a thing. What have I got spare that's worth 100? No, fuck it. Just have an Nostalgia Prime stock. That's 65 at least. Sounds like a lovely conversation. Yeah, it was just everybody ripping into AI and how shit it is. Thank you. Right, off we go. If anybody else in chat wants in, just pipe up. It was Neo, right? Yeah, okay. I have 6. Did I already have one? Or did you... No, you gave me 6 because there's 6 slots. Sure. I need... Yeah. I don't want to throw them away yet because I don't really have the Oh, the fucking booster fell off as well. Shit, that's gonna make it longer. It's a very real experience to put very minimal colours on Excel Prime. Sometimes you just want to show it off. Yeah, I'm always on the lookout for something. Like this is a new, obviously new addition, the Signa, and it's only because it doesn't detract from the rest of the frame too much. I can come give my boost if you like. It's up to you, mate. If you're busy, don't worry about it. You're totally welcome to come along. I've just noticed, Temptress, your badge, the Final Fantasy one. And it suddenly reminded me that we get more 14 news this month. It's alright, mate. No. You crack on. You don't feel like you need it. I keep wanting something, because I feel like the body is so empty, you know? Logged in now. Okay, sure. Do you want it? But it's constantly picking relics, Jack, as well, you know? Like... I'm talking about, like, resource drop as well, not the one that, like, doubles your resources, yeah? No. I've done my boost for today. Don't worry about it, mate. No, I was gonna say, like, I thought you, because that's why I was like, why would you come with me? It's fine. We'll just do this one. I'm just gonna throw any old shit in there that isn't the T2 that we need. No problem. Check old Tenacon sigils. Yeah, sigils are weird as well. I feel like a lot of the time, especially on a frame that's kind of like very organically shaped, if you know what I mean. Less armoured, which he is. No, I know. I don't have the... I'm not going to waste the T2s until I have the Void Traces, which is the whole reason why we were going to get Jack, because I thought he had the booster that doubled everybody's drops. Yeah, fucking hell. Yeah, don't worry about it. No, it's totally fine. I was unclear. I was unclear. I still think the tank gun looks a bit like a duck. Nah, it's chill. No, it's the when I say boost, I mean the booster that's like the resource doubler. Because it speeds up Void Trace farm, which so you then, because you know, like that's the main thing, is if you can get the Kavat buff and then the booster on at the same time, you can hit like 120 in one run. But I'll just lump it, it's fine. I've got to find something to do to kill time on stream now anyway, so I'm totally fine with just dicking around. As much as I appreciate the outcry of support from you guys. Yeah, I think sometimes people overdo their Warframe aesthetic anyway. Like I said, I've yet to find an ephemera I like for Excalibur Prime that isn't too much. We are ninjas after all. I've got Madurai, I got the bow. But I stopped after that because they didn't seem at all worth it. It's so funny to me when D's like, we're gonna unify the gameplay, it's gonna make, you know, you're gonna be using your fucking operator more, and then half the time I don't even remember I have it. No, I know what you're like, Mr. Completionist. You need to be actively held back from doing things. We gotta staple you down. I don't remember what the Conqueror one looks like, but I'll look it up in a minute. Oh, is it the breast cancer awareness one? That's not too bad. I always think I like that, but I've never found a frame I actually really like it. God, yeah, it was nice that they did that. It did immediately. The one thing I didn't like about the old piece is that when it happened, that argument got unlocked again. It's so like, can we have Excalibur Prime? And I was like, oh, every time everybody gets really angry about it. Yeah, that's fair. I quite liked the like the Void Angel type ones, like Wrapped Wing and the other one, but I think they're a bit much. I kind of just want something quite subtle. Sure. Yeah, I have spares. It's tricky. Fashion frame is the end game. You failed us, Rex. Oh, I have to switch my thing back. It's not Pride anymore. Back in the closet. Yeah, interesting they decided to do that. It was an odd choice. Why did that guy not put a relic on? I don't dislike the Eidolon one. I just think it looks weird whenever you're like walking around. If you're like moving at speed, it makes sense to me, but like the idea that you're just constantly almost leaking void energy. I need something like the citrine one, but not quite as sparkly, if you know what I mean. Something that's really like close to the skin. Like the new one's really good, like the one for Ryoku. Oh, my thing fell off. But unfortunately, it makes you look transparent, which I don't really rate. Good on citrine, but other frames, maybe not so much. I'm just very hard to please. But also, you know, sometimes I think it's better just to not have one. I don't think every Warframe should be like bursting with flame, you know? If you've got a cosmetic, doesn't necessarily mean you need one. I don't have any leg cosmetics on. I'm kind of glad about that. I did used to use like a... If you look back at like my old videos, you can see like the evolution of my frame, and like at some point I was using like the Zato armor, but like the Excalibur Prime head. Again, I'm really surprised they've never done like a cracked Void Relic ephemera like this. Not that I would use it, but surprising it doesn't exist. Seems obvious, although I suppose it'd be quite confusing. But no more confusing than the enormous list of buffs in the top right. A book. I'm always a fan of the ephemeras that kind of do something a bit different as well. I forget what it is. It was one of the Tenocon ones, I want to say, where you have like a kind of like thing floating behind you. It's like a little sort of like... It's more like a Syandana than it is a ephemera. See if he sticks around for this one or not. It might be the Dex, yeah, I think you're right. Okay, we'll do more. Not Amazon HQ. Pay your employees. Sure. You don't even get void traces if you're not doing thingy, right? If you're not doing relics. Am I mistaken? Chat server's been taken offline for maintenance. Why is he staying then? I feel bad. But you don't get void traces if you're not cracking relics though, right? So what's the point? Yeah, but you don't... I thought you didn't get them if you don't crack them. You do get traces. I didn't know that. I've always been... I mean, I guess there's no reason not to crack a relic if you're just doing it for prime parts as well. You may as well. I've only got 72. What is that? I haven't done my 99 stuff in a long time. That's always a good source of boosters. Might have a look on there and see if there's a one I've missed. I really like when they do that and they offer like things like that in the game instead of just being like a bought thing. Like getting it as a login reward is nice, but say what you will about Warframe, they do a good job with their monetization. Monetization. Come a long way from a game that used to charge people to revive. Game's come a long way. Hasn't always been perfect, but I think they do it. Honestly, compared to a lot of other games I've seen come and go in the time between when Warframe launched and now, they do a lot better than some. would never have called it being like the live service looter shooter to survive. Destiny always had the budget behind it, but ultimately creativity wills out. Mag Prime, I might just hold on to that because spare of that would not be a bad idea. Right, let's jump out now. And I'll buff one of my relics.
Will take over from here. Time to evacuate.
And then we'll do it again! Did I ever finish Scarlet and Violet? I did not. I think I had Violet. Ecstatic when I saw multiple Trinity Prime sets for 250 play that I found very hard and bought the Now bundle. Remember, I was 20-ish when this game was in closed beta, and I thought either putting $100 into this or another game called what? You made me sad. I loved WildStar. I loved WildStar so much. I miss it so much. It had one of the art directors from Ratchet and Clank running it, and I was like, I just so miss it. It was so good. It was such a cool aesthetic for an MMO, and I'm so sad it died. I didn't get the Leto or the Skarner. I just got the Hunter pack, so. But, you know, the important part was the Warframe. I do love 14. You know, I don't play as much as I used to, but WoW is more of a... No? Just farming my prime gas. This Warframe is gas to play. F1 car with a Gatling gun. Weird place to do that. S4 League? No.
Our position has been compromised. Defend the cargo until reinforcements arrive.
Well, like League of Legends? Or am I misunderstanding? Otherwise, I have no idea what we're talking about. What the fuck? I haven't seen this tile in a long time. It took me a second. I was like, this isn't right. I have not seen this place in ages. Oh, okay, sorry. I'm with you. Korean free-to-play where you had a ball, you had to score an opponent's goal. It was made by a rhythm game. Oh, wow, weird. I remember, like, back when MMOs were rife and you couldn't move for them. I remember playing Arcade. I believe that was Korean. Or Chinese, perhaps. I'm not sure. That was a weird game. We had, like, you could make your own class out of, like, 3 elements together. Infested Orokin Tower we used to do in defense missions on. Yeah, it's because it's on Deimos now. It used to be like you'd see them a lot more, but oh wait, there's multiple defense points on here. I did not remember this. This is so weird. This is like significantly better than that dreadful defense mission where it moves around. Good old derelict, yeah. WildStar broke my heart, man. I adored that game, and it was just sort of like... it's probably the MMO I'm saddest that I've seen to see go, you know? I loved that, like, the housing system they did for it was great. Like, the humor was brilliant. It was very, like, Ratchet and Clank. Like, goofy humor. I really liked the races. I really liked that, like, the factions weren't traditionally just, like, the pretty elves are on the good side kind of thing. It was, like, the weird savage cat people were, and there's the zombie robots. Was that an MMO? Oh. It is sad. I feel like I kind of miss having an MMO to, like, sink my teeth into. The closest thing at the moment, I guess, is this, but it's not, you know, it's different. It's fine. Final Fantasy will be with us again soon. I'll probably do sub again soon, I think. Oh, that's sick. I didn't know about that. What a weird... I've never thought of, like, a racing game as an MMO. I always wanted a Mass Effect one. Mass Effect MMO would have been amazing. Way, great. Sure. Got Grumble Flump. Now I've got to earn up again. Come on, Tekko. Be kind to us. It may be one of those things where I just have to come back to it later. No. Oh, we need a new track. Let's put this one. Okay. I should just make a playlist with all these fucking videos on, really. You know a game is loved when it survives beyond its being shut down. Can you imagine if they just shut down the Destiny servers? People would be so furious. People are already furious, but...
Well done, Tenno. Your relic is opened.
Oh, Destiny. You break my heart. There's too many layers down here. There's like 5 floors. You have to give Guild Wars 3 a go as well now. I've got to say, I've kind of dropped off with 2, but I'm down to give 3 a go when it pops. Looks like a very different beast. Plus, I like the idea of it being a prequel as well. You never know. They might biff it. It might be nothing like what you like about 2. How to get new signals. There's a couple of little things you do in the new missions. There's one on Ryoku's side and one on Venus' side. And it's literally, it's just when you get into the ship just before you fight them, there's, I believe Vina you have to press buttons, and Ryoku you have to shoot targets, and you have to do them in a certain order, or in like a certain amount of time, basically. You can find there'll be a Reddit post about like the order somewhere. But it's relatively easy. You can just do it in solo if you're quick enough. And also you can if you fuck it up, you can redo it. But basically you shoot 6 targets or 7 targets, can't remember exactly how many, in a row. And then it opens a door and you can go pick up the Signa I'm wearing on Excalibur right now. Nope. More former. Used to dread when Eximus used to appear in missions. Nowadays I'm happy they give free energy and health. Yeah. Only thing I don't like seeing is the fucking crap. Jade Light. Jade Light ones can fucking do one. There is a world where I just start throwing the relics at it and hoping, but it feels like such a waste. I feel like if you put the extra effort in the rares, at least you can say you tried. Otherwise you'll be like, well, that was a waste. God, I can't believe you brought up WildStar. I just keep thinking about it now. It's making me sad. I really miss that game. Such creative races as well. Little angry hamster people. The like rock dudes. I think that's something, like, I feel like a lot of MMOs tend to just be fantasy, you know? And I really like when games will try and do something different, especially in an original way, because I do love Star Wars The Old Republic, but that's obviously just like using existing IP. Yeah, that's true actually. Using the Jade Eximus with Nezha's warding Halo is fun. Hi, Kova. Welcome back. We're talking about long since dead MMOs at the moment. Cyber Temptress bummed me out with WildStar. What were the other? There was like the 2 human races. There was like the, you know, sketchy hillbillies. Yeah, Adventure Quest. There was the sketchy hillbillies and like the Richie sort of like prim and proper elite on each side. So you could play a human either side, but it was like one side they were basically blood elves, and then the other side they were just like picks from the you know, farm worlds basically. And then on the Rebel side, or you know, whatever the good aligned side was, it was like the rock people, the cat people, and the zombies, like the chemical zombies. Thank you. I prefer, I wish there was a better one, but it'll do. And then on the other side it was the hamsters. They had the robots, because there was one that looked a bit like Dr. Nefarious. Right? I think? Yeah, there was like the robot race. Oh, and the like dragon people, that's what it was, like the lizards. There was like the weird like horned lizard dudes. They were almost like demons. After this run, I'll hop off for 10 minutes for dinner. No problem. Yes, if Umbra's Prime, Umbra's Scarf Prime was on. If Umbra's Scarf was on Prime, yes, I do wish you could do that. I was kind of sad when they didn't give you the option when he got added, but I understand why. I love Dr. Lawrence! I love him. He's such a good character. Oh, Janice. I'd love to play, that's on my list to play on stream. Do the old Ratchet & Clank games when I can. I've got to set it up, but I'd love to do it. Such a fucking good game. Okay, Kel. No worries. Played that on PS2. Yeah. Ratchet & Clank going commando, Ratchet & Clank up your arsenal, Deadlock. I played the Secret Agent Clank game on PSP. I didn't have a PlayStation for a while to play the PS3 ones. I think because I moved over to Xbox by that point. But then later on I did get PS3. Capture's probably quicker, right? Oh, Jack and Daxter as well. I honestly, I kind of want to just, like, at some point go, today is platformer day, and I'm going to play, like, either Ratchet & Clank, Spyro, Crash, Sly Cooper. Like, literally just allot one of my days a week on stream to just be like, I'm playing my childhood right now. Come with me now. Oh, I can play the Toy Story one. That was one of my first video games. I fucking love that game. It's awful. It runs like shit, and it also, you have, like, camera controls are really dog shit because it didn't have the analog stick. I didn't play a Jack game until Jack 3, but I would love to play the earlier ones. Toy Story 2, yeah. It was one of my first video games, if I remember correctly. I can't remember if I was... All I remember of getting my first consoles, because I can't remember which one came first. I either got a Game Boy Color, and I got Pokemon Pinball and something else. Can't remember what that was. Or it was my PlayStation 2, PlayStation 1, sorry, which would have been Toy Story 2 was the game. And then there was a Mickey Mouse game, which was a real bastard. Spyro, I would just definitely do Reignited. I fucking love Spyro so much. I'm so excited for Spyro 4. Or, well, whatever the fucking new one's called. It's effectively going to be Spyro 4. Whatever Toys for Bob is doing. The free flight freaks me out, but the rest of the game should be good, because they knew what they were doing with the remakes. Yes. That was the one where they started adding the cars. I'm just going to quickly nip to the toilet. But I did want to have a look at some stuff in a moment. I'll be back momentarily. Yeah, there's a new one. Sorry, yeah, there's a new one that got announced in Summer Games Fest, I think it was. Go look it up. It looks sick. It's got free flight in it. But anyway, BRB. Basically, all new game releases are just fucking nostalgia bait these days anyway. But I'm so excited for a new one. I wanted to look at the ephemeras. Yeah, there's so many, but they're just like... That's too far out. The Eidolon one's okay, but I don't know. Scarlet Prime is a Founder Blade, yeah. I don't have the Scarlet Prime. Yeah, it's too much going on there. I don't have the Leto either. I just have Excalibur Prime. I was not that flush when I was 19 or whatever. Warframe. Like, Seraphair's cool, but it's just like a little busy. So what I mean is like this looks sick if I could just like get it right, but unfortunately because it shares energy channels, it kind of ruins it. If I tried the Dakra Prime, yeah, of course. It's just not a very good weapon. It's power crept at this point. Yeah, I don't know. The energy on this change if it was like its own thing, because I like, you see the sort of like the effect that comes with just a little like void vapor. Looks really cool. Yeah, let's just. One of them is gonna. It's not gonna be the emissive. It'll be the energy one. Change it to smoke. Actually, that's the easiest way to do this. Yeah. So that makes it invisible, quote unquote. But you see how I'm like, I just look sort of like wet now. The Dakra, it's just old. It's just kind of like been around a long time. Yeah, that's the problem. Unfortunately, it's tied to that secondary channel. Because I really like that kind of like effect of like void dust kind of coming off of it. But I don't care for the fact that it basically makes you transparent because you're meant to be like a hologram, right? If I change that one to be black, see what happens. We've definitely done this already. I mean, that's not terrible. It's still got kind of the same problem, right? Of like you looking almost transparent, which just looks a bit crazy. It does look like I'm on comms with Solid Snake. Yeah, I don't know if I like it. Can I just copy Warframe colors? No, it's okay. It's the light blue, and then the key tier one. Yeah, okay. Hurricane. That actually might be incorrect, to be fair. Or maybe not. I don't know. Whatever. Sure. Yeah, I do wish there was more channels for this shit, so you could alter. Hi, Cal. I've just been dicking around for a moment. Like, that's too much. That is honestly the closest. If I could literally get like just the particle effects of the hologram kind of like floating off me, so it's like a little bit of void radiation, but like nothing else, I would use that. That's why I like this one. See what I mean? It's just a bit too like sparkly for my taste. And obviously like it's all just kind of like flaking off of you instead of like the other one which is kind of like streaming off of you. This one's cool. Gives a bit like different silhouette to any frame, which is nice. The Hunhullis one looks bananas. But I don't think I have the cache. The wire matrix. Don't think so. Oh, I know that one. Is it from one of the sisters? Oh, no, it was a Nightwave thing. Yeah, I do really like that one, actually. That would have... Yeah. Oh, that's such a shame, actually. I do really like that. Because it's like a shield, just like, not always there. I guess I've got to wait for that to come back. Yeah. That's sad. I think that's the case. Yeah, rank 28 in Nora's Mix Volume 8. Oh, why would you show me? Because now I'm going to want it. Yeah, that's okay. It's maybe a bit too much, actually. I think if it wasn't quite always there... Some of it kind of hangs on a bit too long, I think, for my taste. Also, I just noticed there's none on the legs. Oh, there is, just none on the thighs. Oh, no, there it is. It's just a lot slower. Yeah, not bad. I do like that they started adding ones that like physically add something to the frame. Not a big fan of the wings, but just because they're so static. I think adding them through like the... I do just wish you could see all of them. That's one gripe I do have, is that they're not like visible in the cosmetics menu, even if you don't have them. Just be like, this is where this comes from. But they're only available if they're ones you can buy, as far as I'm aware. Even then, I think the Hunhullis one is because it's only part of a pack. Yeah, a little much for me, personally. Kind of looks a bit mental. I think on like Caliban it probably looked quite good. I like that, that's nice. Protovire's too much. Oh, I missed. I missed. Yeah, it's too much. Also don't like that it kind of comes off at an angle in some places as well. There'll be one at some point. Like, this was pretty close. It's something that's, like, not too distracting. The key tier one was okay, if I remember correctly. It's like the one that's a little... bloop. Although, oh, that's what it was. It makes the head glow, which looks insane. That's why I don't use it. Of this gross pulsing heart. The ephemeris from the sisters. I don't have many of them. In fact, I might not even have any of them. I've got some of the Coda ones. Let's have a look. That's too much. 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 They're all too much. There's all way too much going on with all those, the little drones and shit. I get if you're going for a certain, if you're going for like a corpus thing, it kind of works. And I think maybe on like the right frame, maybe the shield thing on the impact one would be nice, the Kairuna. But I don't know. Have a look. There's probably a gallery of all of them. Vengeful Charge. That's just electricity. Yeah, these are all the basic ones of the Kuvaliches, aren't they? Don't really like any of those. That's the Coda ones. We have some of those. Asperus is the Jade stuff. The Atramentum ones I didn't really care for, with the balloon. Smoking Body and Bleeding Body, don't like either of those. The Conqueror ones are meh. Yeah, I don't care for the Visceractor one, which is the new blood one. That's floating things. That's like the Halloween one, I think, isn't it? Keytier Ephemera, same thing. No, too much, too much, too much, too much. Too much, too much, too much, too much, too much, too much. That one's interesting. The Tenebrous one. That was the Sentient Anomalies in Veil Proxima. I think that was the like vaguely sentient energy one. Tenacon 2021. Oh, there's always prime ones as well, isn't there? Christ. Oh, I forgot Varuna actually gave you like a tail. I like the only prime one. That's the Grendel Prime Accessories Pack one. Hang on, guys. Give me a second. Let me put this back in place so I can see chat. Nah, that's alright. Ones with the Archon Shards. No, also terrible. Too much stuff going on with them. Oh, sorry, I sent it to you, Cal. Wasn't an intention. Meh. Oh, it sent me back up the thing. That's really annoying. Let's look at the Tenebrous one. I'll type it in here. Is that one no longer... Nope. Okay. I've got Fade Path. Again, it's like not really to the aesthetic. I know what I'm going for. What's the Thalasset one? Oh, it's the water. That's Protea. Yeah, the Protovile ones are way too much. Spring Step, Nabarus. That's the Halloween shit. Dog Days. Frostfall. Peach Blossom. Oh, the Purified Bloom one was cool, actually. Hi, Jabs. Returned? I'm on all every day. That's what am I doing? That's stupid. We're looking at ephemeras right now. That's the one. Yeah, I like this on Nezha. It looks really good on Nezha. Hi. Oh, is that meant to be like a Roman numeral? I bet it is. Also, hiya. Yeah, right. I just kind of dicking around. I'm putting off actually farming the Techo piece I need because it's rare and I feel like I'm gonna run out of relics. Also, I'm out of fucking Void Traces, so... Yeah, I mean, there's so few that I like. I'm such a fucking... perfectionist with this. Right. You coming with, Cal? Oh, God. Crunchy. It's 2019, that's what it says. Your name is just numbers. Oh, fair play. What are you doing today? how are we doing on the old Void Traces? Is there no other Neo one at this stage, really? Nope. Randomize is crazy. That's the end game, man. Yeah, I missed out on the Leto and the Skarner. Go yell at Cyber Temptress if they're still around. No. They would never do that. I think at this point it's not happening. It's a lesson in not needing completionism in a game. Can I get out of the chat, please? Cool. I mean, MR20 is the minute, like, I think it's MR18 is the highest thing you need to actually unlock certain weapons. And even that, I might just be Riven's, to be fair. They will once they're acquired by EA. I don't ever see the capitulating like that. Warframe's doing very well for itself. And they've always been very much like, you know, maybe, I don't know, who's in charge of the full company? Steve, I guess? I think he's CEO. Maybe. Reb certainly wouldn't. But then it was his baby, you know, like, it, you know, they did Dark Sector back in the day.
That's it. You opened the relic. Finish your mission and we'll take a look inside.
I don't know, Excalibur Prime is functionally Umbra, so, or vice versa. Yes, we did talk about that earlier. And then we got into a conversation about AI and console prices and what was the other thing? Oh, I said that like I could totally see cheaper consoles becoming more of a mainstream thing. And we'll see a crackdown on emulation as a result, because I reckon people will turn to piracy to substitute for the hobby. And the world's gonna be like, no, spend money. Enjoying my Rhino buff. I did not even notice I had one. 340% buff on Raw, Jesus. This is what I mean, is I feel like we'll see like shitty cheap consoles doing better. Well, not shitty cheap consoles, but like with the Switch being the lowest cost, I reckon that will be more appealing if like PlayStation and PC and Xbox go out of the realm of affordability. Ah. To be honest, I haven't noticed because everything's dying before I have a chance to hit it. Yeah, it was the big 3 RAM manufacturers, wasn't it? That are like price collusion, or price, what's the word? I can't remember. Zeno said it earlier. Scroll up in the chat. I don't think I ever did the Death Cube either. I know, tragic, man. Let's do a bit more. I don't want to, like, waste it, you know? Thoughts on Tau? I mean, I'm excited. I'm really hoping it's going to be, like, an actual expansion of the map. I think it needs at least 3 new planets. Warframe desperately needs to create a larger island if they're going to keep doing islands. They need to give us something like the Zariman, where it's like something that will keep you busy for a bit. Is this Among Us? Yeah, obviously. I used to be great at Among Us.
Well done, Tenno.
Proper little psychopath me. Lying comes so easily to me. Must be the English in me. No, I'd love them to do like a proper... Yeah, like, I want to see Warframe take a more... You know, we've seen like transhumanism, right? That's what Warframe has always been about. I'd love to see the implication of like a true alien race out there, and they just sort of stumble on us dicking around with the sentience, and they're like, oh, hello. Won some rounds as imposter just because I kept my mouth shut. Yeah, sometimes silence is the better one. I take too much glee in like throwing people under the bus. I don't think I've ever really looked at the description. I should do that. I mean, we have the Xenoflora. That's something. Maybe we'll get like an actual humanoid race of living plants or something. That would be fun. What they call the Sylvari in Guild Wars. That's why I always thought the Murmur was so interesting, and they've kind of like done fuck all with that at the moment. Yeah, plant people that sometimes turn evil. Bronco. It's the thing, but there's not enough solid proof they did ramp prices, and even if something does happen, there's not a lot can be done to reduce prices. Yeah. It's hard being positive, isn't it? The world does everything it can to push you down. It's fine. Just stay in here and we'll be escapists and not talk about serious things. Yeah, who knows, man.
The relic has been cracked open.
Doom Guy's hilarious. He's like one of the few characters that I feel like, you know when people do that like stupid power scaling argument where they're like, no, this character will beat this character. A lot of the time I'm like, Doom Guy? Yeah, good chance. I just thought Nurgle. Nurgle's the one that's going to live forever. Can't kill the rot. There's always death. Oh, that's fascinating. I wonder if there's any truth to it. I kind of just always assume the worst when it comes to business. Like, people do shitty things to make money. But I'm doing no damage at all. Everything's just dying before I get anywhere near. This is just Ember. Well, Nova and Ember together will be plenty. A regular Ember, though. I wonder if I've got any Prime relics. I might throw some of those down. Fire! It's not really worth it, is it? I feel like you need something you can actually aim instead of just like a one big slice. Or firing a rain of arrows. Yeah, what'll happen as well is if they do get found out, it'll be all pinned on 1 or 2 people, and those people will get fucking, like, at most incarcerated. And even then, it'll be probably, like, a bailable offense. 46 million damage. Price. Sure. Volwuna. Volwuna Prime. Ugh. You got beef with the regular? No, it's more, it's interesting whenever I see those frames appear, you know? Nope, nothing angle-wise. Fine. This one, I guess. You just don't expect to see them, because I kind of assume if somebody's playing a frame like that, they would have chased the prime. It's not exactly difficult to get. They're not extortionately expensive, because whilst they're older and rarer, they're cheap because they fell off compared to newer frames. I actually don't know how much an Ember Prime set goes for these days. But I never buy my Prime bits anyway.
You have collected enough reactants to open the relic.
There's a free Mesa Prime next week, isn't there? For you guys don't have it, definitely watch or link your Twitch to Warframe for when the Tenacon stuff's on. I'm just happy it'll give me a fucking slot. I don't need another Mesa Prime. Yeah, I was gonna say it must have been the heirloom. No, I don't really pay attention to the pricing because a lot of the time, like I said, I don't really like to buy my stuff. Just on principle. If it's something that's like, you know, there's no way I'm getting it otherwise, and I really, really want it, then I'll perhaps think about it. But, like, I think Nezha might be the only one I ever did that for. And even then, I farmed most of it. Although, to be fair, actually, I think that might have been when we got it for you, Kyle. You ended up buying it. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. I mean, I want to see what the new stuff is for the... You know, I'm always interested in what D's doing. It's just... I don't really pay attention to it. It's a lot of cons, you know? Like, I don't really... I'm interested in the main thing, but a lot of the time, all the side stuff is kind of like, yeah, whatever. I'd probably find Tenacon really exhausting if I actually went. Yeah, I don't know, I quite like... Really, it isn't that difficult to farm a Prime, you know? Like, we did Steinax for Jack and Dan the other day, and that took us, like, what, a couple of hours, max? If you like, collaborate and everybody gets the same relics and everybody radiants them together, the odds go up. Gotta do some exercise today, man. Oh, sure. Spares. I've been slacking. Yeah, that's fair. The things you literally can't get otherwise, I understand the logic there. But buying the primes always just seems a bit of a waste to me. Meanly, meanly, mindly, mo. Never anyone willing to rad share, sadly. Well, if you're around on stream and you want to go chase stuff, I'm tempted to, like, you know, if the community gets lively enough and I'm looking for stuff to do, I'm happy to sort of, like, everybody work together on stuff, you know? It gives me something to, like, actually do on stream, because I feel like a lot of the time Warframe, I'm just like, I don't know, I'm just slowly unlocking stuff. Or leveling things. Unless there's new content, I'm really not interested in farming. Even then, like, what did we do with the new Railjack stuff? I got the Sigmas, I got the, I got Sirius and Orion. I still haven't finished Wrath or Pride. There's a bunch of cosmetics. I got War Prime, but that was about it. Could probably stand to do more, but... Yeah, that's true. The Nidus Necromech was very nice. Didn't even think to come for Twitch drops. Yeah. I don't know if... I think it's just automatically on if you're streaming Warframe. Don't know if it's like affiliate specific or... Well, affiliate or not. Thought it'd be nice to be partner. Get a 75% share instead of fucking 50. Not that I make bugger all through Twitch anyway, but it's nice to have a little bit of it. Well, that's why we're here. I'm here for every day, except for weekends, I guess. Just to maybe one day have some element of success on this platform. We are inching towards that 1K on Twitch as well, which is nice. That's how I know it's going better than it used to, because I remember like when I'd come in stream and like I'd lose subscribers, or lose followers, sorry. But we have been consistently going up. If I've got one superpower, it's just bloody-minded persistence. I've only got 104 fucking void traces from 5 rounds. What is that? What is that? That's fucking bullshit. Maybe we dip and I try and do a Techo again. Ugh. Oh, weird. Sure. Got some iron. 254 because he got a booster. I've got 104. Well, it's enough to do one at least, which is something. If we get lucky on the next one, perhaps I'll do okay. Okay, right. God, anything quicker than a fucking defense, please. Checo. Radiant. Yeah, I think I will keep going for a bit longer. I might try and squeeze another hour out. And then I'm going to go do some exercise and be a functional human being. Stretch my legs. Gone are the days where I can afford to just sit here in this chair. Weird.
at our doorstep. You must defend
I guess on the
our
plus side of
equipment
being in
until
here is we're getting relics
reinforcements
for each step. Really? I mean, I log in pretty much all the time, so... I mean, if it works anything like, you know, longer you've been playing, then I should be definitely getting loads. And I do feel like I get more than I used to. Certainly more than I used to get, like, platinum boosters.
That's it. You opened the relic. Finish your mission and we'll take a look inside.
I'm usually popping once a day. Sometimes I'll miss one, but... It's not often I don't jump on for a little bit. If for no other reason out of boredom. Ah, yeah, I was gonna say, it always felt like if you took a break and then came back, then you'd get like the 75% one. That's investing in your long-time players, that is. I do wonder what the next Warframe is going to be. I do still think if it's not going to be anything related to Tau, it'll be something else, and then I think we're going to get like an Archon frame. Fuck off with trying to connect to the iPad. I've told you a million times. We don't need to. Why never plug this fucking thing in? I feel like we've had this music on. I'm going to change it to something else. Let's do this one. I think I might, with any luck, be able to finish Cyberpunk tomorrow. Unlock the Tenet weapons on my current account rather than the one I have for 10 years. I've done so few of the Tenet weapons. Honestly, like, the Liches and the Coda, and I mean, Coda was easy, but... the Tenets seem to take ages as well. I mean, that's fine. I feel like if you appreciate the game... We're actually doing so poorly with these fucking T2s, man. I'm gonna go... I'm playing with Fate. I'm just gonna roll one completely basic. Give me that 2% chance. Oh, you radianted. Fair enough. It'll be on your one now. I'm getting a bit peckish. Big ADHD energy lately. I've been forgetting to eat.
Well done, Tenet. Your relic is open.
Don't you hit me with that Trojan. With your moon speak. I don't know how much Riz a Warframe can have. Aura, maybe. They don't talk. I feel like... I suppose you can have visual charisma. Viz Riz. Ugh, I need to think about video stuff. I'm still so torn on like how to best handle it. Because part of me's like do one big video because I think that's more to the flavor of how people consume content these days. But I don't know if I can necessarily make that work myself. I like things in manageable chunks. Grendel Riz. The Event Horizon. Oh my god, look at him go. Splat. Sirius's big heal zone is very like Dante vibes. Like the runes all over the floor. Randall want nom-noms. Who doesn't want nom-noms? I'm very peckish. Maybe it'll be a shorter stream than I was intending. I feel like I've just now I'm aware of my hunger pain. I'm like, I just want food now. God, I had some sushi yesterday, did not sit well with me. That's probably true, actually. Constellation map, yeah. Pungy. Shouldn't spoil me tea, though. I'm addicted to eating food. You gotta stop. Fuck's sake. I get hangry, yeah. Oh, you've moved platforms, Jabs. Right, I'm gonna risk that again. I'll save the other two. Gotta jump on stream soon, just prepping, so good luck for the rest of the stream. Okay. If you're streaming by the time I stop, I'll try and raid. Pardon me. Guys, my new obsession is I have a new Pokemon ROM I'm playing called Pokemon Heart and Soul, which is like a Johto remake done in Emerald. And I've every time I find a game corner in a Pokemon game, I lose hours of my life. Like, I'll literally just sit with the slot machine. It's good that I don't gamble too much, because I 100% would just lose all my money on gambling. I spent it all on gambling.
The relic has been cracked open.
Not bad.
Finish your mission to
How are you
find out
doing?
what's inside.
Hungry, actually, is the answer to that question. I'm fucking starving. Farming takes it out of me. The Emerald remake? Which one? Is that what the ROM's just called Emerald Remake? Because no. I have played Emerald Sea Glass. That's fucking gorgeous. That sends me right back. Love the kind of like not PS2. God, I keep saying PS2 today when I mean like Game Boy. Game Boy Color aesthetic for a GBA game is awesome. Oh no, Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire. They weren't there. They weren't the Emerald remakes, were they? They were like, I don't know why they. I guess so they can sell more copies, but they don't redo the tertiary version. We never got a remade Crystal either. I have a problem with Pokemon games where I always end up doing the same team. I can never get away from it. I'm always like, I should be adventurous and use Pokemon I don't usually use. Nope, every time. The ROM that I was playing has a randomizer on the well, you can put a randomizer on anything. You can make it be like any of the wild Pokemon are randomized as well. But there's a randomizer for the starters. And I was like, cool, that'll be fun, I'll do that. Of course, my favourite Pokemon came up in it. So I just took him. Took my little Cubone. No Alolan Marowak in Heart and Soul though, sad. We did finally get a Pokemon Z, to be fair. And I really enjoyed Z2A. It's good. Solid game. I like it being focused in one city. Certainly better than Scarlet and Violet. No, I have been debating doing like a Nuzlocke or something on stream, but I don't know. If there's an audience for it, whether it's worth it or whether I just do it off stream. But God forbid, fun. Playing video games for fun. What? Christ. We're doing very poorly with the void traces today. How many are we at? 39. That is enough to chuck another one on Techo. And maybe I do that. The one I have least of, sure. Having fun? Nah, never. I burned that part of my brain out with a hot wire. Did I purchase the Tenacon ticket? No, I never do. No, I was sort of chasing some Prime pieces I don't have, but we've got a very limited number of relics, so I'm being very careful about it. I don't know if there's anything I really care about from Barrow. I'm sensing a theme, Cal. Oh. Not who, because I did actually get my final Warframe, which would be this lass who's been cooking for the last few days. But aside from that, I'm just like cleaning up weapons that I missed. Which Warframe is the most British coded? Ooh. Well, Excalibur is King Arthur's sword. Well, it's just not. It's King Arthur's second sword. Limbo? I get French from Limbo. I don't know why. But with the Techo, I have 2 relics left for the blade. I only need 1. Kulivo? You're gonna have to explain that logic. Is it because of the stabbing? Is that it? Ah, okay, right, yeah, there it is. I always think this is insane as well, because it's always like the stabbing thing always comes up when you talk about like shooting statistics in the US, and there are more stabbings in the US than there are in the UK per capita. Kulivo's what happens in South London. People don't generally keep going when they've been stabbed that many times. He's a trooper. I had him for about 20 minutes because I immediately melted him to get Wrathful Advance, and then don't use it anymore. Yeah. Yeah, that's why it's always so ridiculous. Like, I never understood the argument. I mean, it might, you know, it's to do with population density and blah, blah, blah. If statistics are to be believed, the US is just more violent a country, but I think it's to do with the, you know, that's generally more about population density than anything else. There's definitely a cultural thing, but... You'll get horrible violence anywhere you go, is the answer. Yeah, that's true as well. I think it always, to me, it always felt like a kind of like self-defense thing. If like the, you know, like the UK has got like gun laws, so it's the response when they're like, yeah, but there's stabbings in the UK, knife crime, knife crime. And it's like, yeah, but it's because we don't have guns. I believe things move in cycles. Eventually, things will come and settle down again. A new race war. Fun. Yeah. Fucking hell. God, if I... Do you know what? The World Cup, whenever it's on, maybe it's unpatriotic to think like this, but I just, every time I can't wait until we're out. Because it's always the same. Everybody's always so delusional here. It's like, it's coming home. It's coming home. And it never does. It never comes home. Like, if we had a shot, maybe. We haven't won since the 60s, right? I wish I enjoyed it. It's one of those things that, like, culturally, I feel like you know, my entire country fucking loves football. And a lot of my family really enjoy it as well. But I'm a specky little nerd, so I was always kind of like, about it. I prefer my games with more space robots. I used to say I supported Chelsea because my nan did, but it didn't mean anything to me. It was just because people would ask you about it. Thank God I'm past the point in my life of not being able to say, I don't give a fuck about football. My dad's a Spurs fan, but like the rest of my family is I think like all my uncles and my granddad are like Arsenal fans. Actually, no, I think one of them might be Portsmouth fan. Sure. I mean, it's the World Cup. Like, football's an incredibly popular sport. God only knows why. I've never understood it, but it's like bloody cricket. You can't get away from that. Right. We'll farm up enough for this one, and then I've just never been very good at like physical activity stuff, so yeah. I think fortunately my dad's time gets generally filled up by horse racing stuff, so he doesn't care about the football as much at the moment. What a thing to do with your retirement, get shares in racehorses. Has a fucking whale of a time though. He's also quite good at it. Like betting on the correct horses. Having an eye for a good horse. Yeah, I feel like cricket's definitely more like there's a select few. Generally,
you know, empire-aligned countries that kind of just inherited it. It's interesting, isn't it, how like the sport sort of remains still part of a cultural identity. Commonwealth, that's the one I'm looking for. It's never really been in my playbook to give a fuck about sports. I think I did like football club when I was a kid and fucking hated it. I remember, like, honestly, my experience with sports is just coldly standing on a field in winter trying to play rugby. And I'm like, bearing in mind, I'm not a big guy. I'm like 5'7" as a grown-ass man. Posture check and drink water. I don't have any water. I also don't have any coffee. I finished my coffee now. I'll have to go grab a new water. Okay, Cal. No worries. I wish I could engage with it, but I think like too much of it's like tied up in like the I've had this conversation a lot lately because I've watched a bunch of Ted Lasso stuff, and it's just, like every time I think about that show, I'm like, oh, it's such an entertaining show. It's a shame real football is nothing like this, and the people that are part of it are just fucking like monsters. It's actually not been too bad the last few days. I don't have my fan on at the moment, although it is now 27 degrees in here, so it's supposed to get warm again. Not excited for that.
Very impressive,
Man United have agreed to an Amazon Prime documentary. What the fuck does that look like? I don't know, there's a lot of like toxicity in sports that just never appealed to me. Alright, thank you for the help, Cal. See if I can do a bunch more captures to speed this up a bit, get some more void traces. Yeah, I mean, like, from a purely technical standpoint, I can appreciate sport. Because I think, like, you know, it requires a lot of skill. But I think the number of times where you sort of, like, when you start watching football and it's, like, 2 seconds before somebody falls down, looks like they're at death's door. You're suddenly like, okay, all right, you might be hamming that up a little bit because it's all just abusing the system. And, you know, people getting shitty about, like, the new safety regulations when they're, like, dealing with the heat in the World Cup. Like, having the quarterly thing. It's crazy. Like, people get so weird about it. Surely these people who you revere so much, you'd want them to be safe and healthy. I mean, yeah, it probably takes away from the element of, like, the marathon of it. 40 minutes running around on a field. But, like, you know, games and sport evolve all the time. No, it should be the same forever. We should still be kicking a pig's bladder around. No problem. Again, you know, like I said, it's lovely you guys show up, but don't ever feel like you have to stick around if you're not in the mood. Or feel like you have to explain to me. You know, everybody's got lives. I'm not interested in monopolising people. I'm going to hold you hostage. England are losing to Congo right now. Yep, that tracks. think I watched a bit of Japan. Was it? I might be getting mixed up. It was the other night when it was really hot. I watched a bit of Japan versus maybe Croatia. That might be me confusing two games. Yeah, it wasn't the Brazil game because that was after, but a Volt Prime, I guess. An Epitaph, Mortis. Yeah, I got a spare Volt. He's quite easy to get as well because he's on the Barrow rotation stuff.
Another job well executed.
No, I mean that's fair. It's more just in terms of like, you know, I've sometimes I worry that people sort of like feel the need to like be like, I swear I'm still here, I promise. I'm like, I'll dude, it's chill. If I have to talk to myself in stream, I'll do it. It's good practice. Hard to shut me the fuck up anyway. Now, are we doing 63? Blah, 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 this one. So many limbo relics just still hanging around after all these years. Yeah, I think with football, I can appreciate the game, but I think I also think that for me personally, it goes on too long. I feel like I'd be more interested if it was a smaller game. 90 minutes is too long for me. It's a bit like F1, where I'm like, I love watching the racing. I'm not watching the whole thing. Yeah, ditto. I mean, I get like big social anxiety, but if you can like crack the shell, I will not shut the fuck up. The beauty of streaming is that I'm just talking to myself.
Mission complete. The captive has been
You guys are all in my
escorted to
head. I'm just
extraction
having
point.
psychosis.
Well done.
I just love the sound of my own voice so much. I really don't. If I'm really concentrating on like walking correctly, I don't mind my voice, but a lot of the time I tend to lean towards the annoying nasal nerve. I think it's common when people have like special interests, you know. Hello, Umbra. You know, people love talking about it. Ghosts of memes past. How many do we have? I used to really struggle with it when I was doing the videos back in the day. And I think doing enough of the lore videos kind of made me not care anymore. I do still really miss I miss doing those. I feel like I should go back, but I'm so intimidated by actually producing something that people want to watch these days. It's a different world. Last Warframe video was 5 years ago. No longer than that, must be 6 years ago now. And even then it wasn't one I was super proud of. It's weird as well because it's not like there isn't an interest for it. I like did that video that I like asked people what they wanted, and I got lots of responses, and people did actually care. And people always come back in here and go, "Oh, when are you doing another lore video?" I'm like, I don't know. I'm sorry. Yeah, I've always think Destiny and Warframe are so different. I always think it's weird when people try to like say, you know, just because they're both looter shooters, but they're so different in what actually that means, you know? This is definitely, like I said, more Diablo than World of
Mission
Warcraft.
will take over the inside.
I've enjoyed Destiny more than I have in years, knowing it's over. It's kind of a peace in like knowing it's a complete product. I'm supposed to be doing some raids at some point, like catching up on the raids I missed. Sure. Massator. The Massator Prime.
Another job well executed.
36. I do definitely need a glass of water. Yeah, bear with me a minute, guys. I'm just going to go and quickly nip down and fill my bottle of water. Bottle of water? Bottle of water! That's better. Right, give me a sec. That fake accent always felt a tad racist. Eh. We're the last people to be able to cry that. I think we've earned it. Also, who gives a fuck? Holy water! Put some fashion frame in chat. In where? In, oh. Let's have a look. That's presumably Wukong? Yeah, that's Wukong. Rhino. I like the Rhino. And Nidus? Oh, Nidus with tech on is weird. I like the Rhino the best. That looks like an evolution of just like normal Prime. It's cool. Sorry, I just checked my messages and saw somebody raging at me about Critical Role. Made me chuckle. I still only fucking defense right. Come on, guys. Manifest. Last one. I feel like Rhino could definitely do. He's sort of like Excalibur and he needs like something. He's a good frame. It's just the design needs a lot. Oh, fucking hell. Speaking of good frames ruined.
Defend the
A wisp that isn't a wisp.
arrive.
Never gonna give you up. Never gonna let you down. Never gonna turn around and desert you. Yeah, Rhino. I think Ember's probably the first one that I feel like actually has enough on her. Rhino, Frost, Mag, Excalibur, all kind of, you can tell that they were like just kind of a bit of gold glued on, you know? Ember's actually got like the different cage around her leg. And like the little shoulder pieces. Frost, Excalibur, and Mag are basically just identical. Somebody got the Piranha. Is that where there's a ghost? I'm playing Warframe. I want to play an Angel Nun. You sicken me. Million other games you could play and be a gooner. Protoframes are a mistake. I said it. I stick by my beliefs. I'll fight my corner. Genuinely, that's a video I would like to make. A teardown on Protoframes and why I think they're terrible for the game. But I don't think it would go down very well. I think I'm definitely in the minority. I fucking hate them. I think that the game has suffered narratively since they were added to it. I actually feel the same way about Drifter in a way, but the Drifter I understand. I just kind of wish they'd picked a lane. Either age the operator up and just stick with it. Not have both. Eternalism. Bah! Terrible story writing. Commit to one path. Everything being true means there's no story anymore. Nothing matters because everything matters. Umbra gets a pass because he's meant to be like the look, they are actually people on the inside kind of thing, you know? That was part of the mystery, you know, we didn't know for sure until later. Like it was honestly, I would say one of the main things that made my YouTube channel work is that I was calling, oh fuck's sake, I called that years before it got revealed. It was that one interview that Steve did really early on where he was talking about what inspired him. And it was Evangelion, and I was like, they're definitely alive. They definitely were people at some point. Just do a bit more. I have no more relics, but... No, Umbra gets a pass because he is just a Warframe missing a piece and showing that they are just humans underneath. The Hex were interesting characters. They should never have been skins. In fact, I don't even hate the Protoframes if they weren't skins, but they are, and that's why they exist, is to sell people skins. I'm sure they're great for money, but they suck. They really ruin like the body horror angle of it. I think that these non-communicative, faceless robots that are basically driven mad by the infested is so much more interesting than being like, yeah, I guess they're just fine now. Like, there was always a helmet variety that didn't drive them insane. It would not exclusively, but one of the things that Steve said back in the day was that it was like he took inspiration from Evangelion, and that was before we knew that Warframes were people. And it was always like, why do Warframes bleed if they're robots? Because we were always kind of like, are they just made of the infested? And it turns out they were, in fact, people. Like all the Prime trailers back in the day, the way Ballast would describe people, or like the characters that became the frames, like the old Rhino Prime. Was it Rhino Prime lore entry thing they did, where it was like talking about him going ballistic and killing people in the labs? I should think a, you know, techno-organic hybrid robot human that underwent unspeakable fucking horrors to become what they are, being driven to the point of madness and just a savage beast, is so much more interesting than just like, haha, I'm just a little girly pop with robot parts. We're not the first Descendant. You want to play Goon Swap, play that. That's what that should have stayed as. You can even do Gooner skins with the heirloom stuff. I'm fine with that. It makes my eyes roll sometimes, but like, they didn't need faces. The faces ruin it. Being able to talk ruins it. That's why I turn all the fucking dialogue off of fucking proto frames. I hate it. It just, if I could disable them in game, if I could just be like, they don't exist to me, I would. Because it's not like they'll ever use them. There's no reason why your frame would have a human face anyway. I mean, how weird must that look in the fucking missions if your frame's just standing there dead-faced? Set me off now. I'm very cross! Yeah, I think the Drifter's a bit wonky as well. Arthur on Umbra. I just don't see the point. They were great as characters. They were fine as characters. They didn't need to be like a unlockable thing for us, which is why they exist in the first place, you know? I understand why they did what they did. Just don't like it, because I think it also came with the baggage of the whole like dating system as well, because that's why they exist as well. Looks like I took the good luck away with me. I'm just fucking chatting and farming now. We ran out of relics, so it's okay. I appreciate the help. Yeah, the fucking, like, Kim shit, like, talking to the proto frames, and you can have your Drifter be in a relationship with them, but also not in any meaningful way, because it's only in the background, and you can reset the relationship, and, you know, you can have multiple relationships with, like, people in the fucking Devil's Triad. I wouldn't be surprised to see Ryoku and Vina become options at some point as well. Yeah, it's not what Warframe is. And the problem is that people uncritically consume, and they go, yeah, I love this shit, it's so funny, like, oh, I can date the sexy nun. When in reality, all it is slowly chiseling away at the core identity of this game. That's the real danger. I think Warframe's monetization is fine, but they've a problem with their innovations. Sometimes are very scattered and make no sense. And apart from anything else, the one thing I find with the proto frames that winds me up more than anything is that it's the same reason why, like, you know, we don't see Umbra in Quest. The first time we've seen Umbra in 8 years was... or no, 7 years? 7 years was Constellation's quest, and he was a babysitter. He did nothing. They don't know how to use characters again. And even if they did, they'd have to pay the voice actors to come back if they wanted to use them in any meaningful way. Which they won't do. The more you add to the game, you know, like, you can get attached to characters. The only one I think even has a shot at being relevant again is maybe Roth, and maybe the Hex. But even then, I'm not hoping for it, you know? I think Roth, perhaps just because he's relevant to the current story. But there's no way you can convince me that Rebecca Ford did not just put, like, you know, Roth and Arthur exist, so Ben Starr and I forget the name of Emmett's voice actor, Jack's gonna kill me, but Emmett Selk's voice actor from 14. It's literally just to put them in the game. Yeah, it's not even like Sirius and Orion rock up and I'm like, Umbra is a fucking badass. Why is he not just kicking their ass? Just Renee Zaga, take him. Sure. Just a waste. Never mind. Everybody did give a relic there. I got really confused. It looked like there was nothing. Yeah, sorry I'm whinging about this, guys. I do apologise for being so negative about it. It frustrates me because I do care about this game. And when there's cracks, I can see them getting bigger. And I feel like Vina and Ryoku are clearly those cracks widening. That's the problem as well, right? It's because he should have been Stalker. Umbra should have been Stalker. If they just made that canon and like combined their stories together, all of those problems are solved. Because Umbra gets to be used more. He has like an actual origin story. You could make Sirius and Orion his son, but like converted, and then like converted and like 2 different timelines kind of thing, if you really had to do the eternalism bollocks again. I don't even personally care about Umbra that much. Like, he was fine, you know, he served a purpose, and I think putting him in retirement is totally fine. He went through some shit. I kind of saw it as like, he shouldn't have been sort of sentient and able to move around after we calmed him. And he just sort of like becomes a vessel for the Tenno, but I don't know. Yeah, because with Stalker, all they wanted to do was neuter him and make his whole thing like, I'm a sad dad. It doesn't even really make sense as to why he fucking hates us anymore. The Orokin have fucked him over far more than they did us. Well, how cool would it have been to give, like, Stalker a point where you sort of, like, see him becoming Umbra and, like, regaining his memories, you know? Then you already have a Warframe that's capable of moving on his own. Yeah, I don't know. It's sort of like that story's kind of like it's done. They're not gonna. There's no way to rewrite it or to make it make more coherent sense. The way they decided to do it, unfortunately, the acolyte. Sorry. Oh yeah. I mean that's a fair point as well. What? Who are they? Who the fuck are the acolytes supposed to be? Is it more people like Stalker who are like turned into Warframes? Let's quit it. Let's quit it. Hit it and quit it. How are we doing? 3 hours, 40 minutes. Yeah. I mean, there's so much of the game that's just lost to time as well. It's the problem with live service. I was talking with a friend of mine about Genshin yesterday, and like how so much of the story of that is lost to time. Sometimes really important key things. I think that's often how it works when D builds the game, is that they're very creative and very innovative, and they keep adding things that are, you know, impressive and different. But they do it for 5 minutes, they get bored, they move on to something else, and then later on down the line, maybe a couple of years later, they go, oh yeah, we got this shit. I guess just like bung it in together, like the Railjack stuff at the moment, you know? Being like, oh, we haven't used Railjack in a while. Let's just sort of shove it in with this new thing, sure. But also we need to make it balanced, so you have to use like the shitty fucking ships that they have, and you can't leave it in your Arcwing or anything like that. Like they just sort of gather up story points and, you know, gameplay elements and just smash them together again later in such a clumsy way. Pretty much, yeah. Which you could. Do you know what the saddest thing is, Sembrino? You could do that. You could do that. You could be like eternalism. Here's the thing. One of the things that made Warframe interesting to play and to watch and to like learn about was there was so little information. I remember how crazy it felt doing the new Strange and seeing that thing, whatever it was, the bone, just sort of like hanging around in the middle of just a bit of a sentient. And we were like, brr, what is that? It was a total mystery. We didn't know the Warframes were alive. We didn't know about like who the Tenno really were at the time. That was pre Second Dream. The mystery was part of the fun. And now we have had so many answers. Incoherency doesn't substitute for a story forever. The thing I'm concerned about is Tau. Insofar as it's been a long time coming, you know, like we've known about it since, oh god, what, 2015, 2014, I reckon? Must be 2015. No, because we knew about the we had some lore entries on the sentience. That was like the... Oh god, the little scannables out in the world. I forget what they're called, but that had some story on that. I think they mentioned Tau in there. So it's been, you know, we've known about this for like 12 years. At least. What are they called? There's a... It's a fucking... Hang on. So it's a glyph, isn't it? It's one of these. I've got the ornament for it somewhere. These guys, the little one in the middle. That thing in the bottom right. I forget what they're called. Hang on, I can probably just... Courier, yes. Yeah, there was the lore entry things you'd get by scanning all of those, and one of them was about the sentience being created. Is it Perentol made them? And he got mentioned again recently, I think. I mean, Old Peace was really cool. I really enjoyed the story of the old piece. I think it was an interesting direction to take it. I'm just worried that they'll biff it on the second go round, you know? Like, it is a bit concerning. How do you mean modernized? What, like go a bit Marvel? I don't know. I feel like the way they handled the old piece was solid. It was short, but they always, you know, the storylines are always quite short. I'm still waiting on the fucking Queen's coming back, you know? Like, that was always implied that the Elder Queen was going to return. And they just never did anything with that. We moved on to the Sentience. And now the Murmur. I always figured that the Worm Queen was collecting Kuva to bring back the Elder Queen. But I don't think that ever happened.
I'm still detecting a lot of infestation activity. Let's clean it up.
I don't know, man. It's the trials and tribulations of having a great love for a live service game is you will always have
To extraction.
ups and downs. Doesn't matter if it's story, mechanics, whatever. There's always, whenever stuff's changing, there's always bad change and good change. Yeah, that's a fair point. If there's any proto frames at all, I'll be furious because it's meant to be. I feel like the proto frame stuff should be related to the drifter stuff. The operator story is so much more interesting. Like, I care so much more about that than I do about whatever the drifter's doing. Deviri was a mess. Like, 99 was, like, cool, but kind of a distraction. I almost think 99 should have been its own game.
Another job well executed.
You know, talk about Soulframe. Like, I don't give a shit about Soulframe. It just looks like Elden Ring. I would do if it was me and I was deciding direction D should have taken like their spin-off, you know, doing another game. Stay away from the fantasy. Didn't need to do that. They've got plenty of energy in that direction. Something that is original, 99. The way 99 felt. Go back to that kind of effect and like play, you know, make it more of like a, I don't know, like a story-based alternate history for Warframe or something like that. I don't know, like a what's the word? Reimagining of Darkseid. I've got no problem with like the kind of like grungy 90s aesthetic, but it's the fact that they abandoned it immediately. You know, we're done with it now. And it's always this like, oh, we're gonna come back, I promise we're gonna come back. And we never do. Or if we do, we're here for 5 minutes and then we go back. Like we did, you know, we had Flare and honestly, I forget the name of the others. Whatever the proto frames for Saren and Frost and Nova were called. I literally just didn't care enough to learn their names.
Received intel that somebody vital to enemy operations is here. Find them and capture them.
I think a worrying trend is that DE is very happy to sweep things under the rug. Like the third orb. Did you notice that? Now it's gone. The Orb Mother is dead. The third one that was always in that lake. It was a mystery for years. But honestly, almost 10 years, I think. It was 2018, 2019? No, 2018 would have been Fortuna.
Success. We captive is safely in our
And then they
hands.
just swept it under the rug, and they were like, it's gone now. Sirius and Orion killed it. They blew it up off screen, you didn't see. I mean, it's, you know, I've been very critical of DE over the years, especially when my channel was suffering back in the old days. Because people wanted me to talk about the lore and there was nothing to talk about because they weren't developing it. Different story now. Oh, the cruise ship's like in a building, isn't it? Or something like that. Why they didn't make the coda stuff there, I don't know. Why they had to make it part of Railjack. I think it's, again, it's the same problem as they keep trying to combine all these elements of the game that they abandoned to like make them relevant again, and it's always just so clumsy. It's like, I guess there's a Railjack segment to the coda stuff now, and you go land in a fucking stadium that's in space for some reason. Did they do something with the Deck 12 incident? They did. It was an event, right? That was like one of the Orb Mothers. It's the second one. I mean, in fairness, I think Noko kind of furthered some story, right, in regards to Fortuna. Like that whole thing with like the mushroom caves. The trouble is, a lot of the time, they don't forward story unless they have a Warframe to tie into it, you know? Like, I liked Noko's thing because it kind of just went off and did its own thing. You know? It was just so boring, and I felt like I was carrying every squad I joined. What, for the, for Buried Depths? Is Buried Depths the one where you go down to the cave and fight the orb, and then you have to go upstairs and fight it? That's oftentimes the way it goes, though, in this game, because I think because it's not like there's no, like, quote-unquote endgame. People can just end up in it, you know? Thermia fracture. Yeah. I remember. You put the thing in the thing, throw the thing at the thing to overheat it. It opens up its vents. You do a little animation thing, rip the vent out, and then it explodes at the end. I remember. Oh my god. Hello. Snap. A Grandmaster founder. Holy shit. Let's go. Not often I get outdone.
Success. The captive is safely in our hands. Congratulations, Tenno.
How dare you have more disposable income than I did in 2013. Yeah, after they put the Incarnons in for the Scoutscon and the Leto, I kind of regretted not doing it. Because obviously before they were kind of just like a bit mid.
The relic has been cracked open. Finish your mission to find out what's inside.
I've not actually tried it. It's gone now, isn't it? We've got to go on rotation again for 3 months or whatever the fuck it is. Sure.
Another job well executed.
That's a rarity. 2 unicorns in one squad. So rarely meet founders. Like, honestly, even having Temptress in chat earlier. Never fucking happens anymore. I guess the player base is so much bigger now. It didn't really blow up until Plains of Eidolon. Well, I knew that guy was because he, one, had the Honoria that said Grandmaster Founder, and then he also had the Excalibur Prime glyph. But obviously if they have Excalibur Prime, which I quite often use him just because he's my favourite. Obviously I'm pretty obvious. Mind you, people, the number of times you get to an end of a mission, somebody's like, oh my god, Excalibur Prime. Because obviously when you're in a mission, you don't really look. You don't necessarily look at who you're playing with. I quite often do, to be fair. I always see what frames I'm playing with. Just out of interest. Yeah, right. I never see those 2 heirlooms. I don't think. I guess the issue is that I think you don't see Frost or Mag particularly often because they're kind of like a bit power crept. Whereas I feel like Excalibur, being the poster child, got a bit of attention, so you can kind of. I feel like he's a little bit more viable, whereas like unless you're doing like the Mag with the arcane helmet for like the Giga pull, like I don't know. I think I still have an arcane helmet. It's not a good one, but I have an arcane helmet for Excalibur. It's like the Avalon. Oh, totally. I mean, I regret not getting it, but like, it's cool if they don't bring it back in a way. I like that, you know, D keeps their word on this shit. It's just because he was the 2nd Prime. If I remember correctly. Him and the Reaper. Haven't had that thing for fucking years either. Yeah, they're really nice as well. Like, the heirloom skins are very, very nice. I think they do a good job of, like, creating a different silhouette, but also staying sort of true to what Warframe is, you know? It's another reason why I don't care for the proto frames, is because I feel like they go too grungy. I like this. I like the weird, you know, biological robot. Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of them are more kind of like Gouda kind of thing. Like they show a lot more flesh, quote unquote, or imply it. Equal opportunity as well, you know. Rhino's ready for the gay club, and you can get Warband's nips out as well. But like, if you look at Ember and Valkyr and Mesa as well, they're crazy. 2 of my weekly channels are Exploiter Orb and the Tank for 99. Well, the Tank for 99 is not too bad. That's quite easy. The Exploiter Orb I'd pass. I don't think I ever did the... Yeah, I just said Valkyr, didn't I? Ember, Valkyr, and Mesa. Who's next? That's my question. We just had a lady. Will they do another dude? What are the old... Maybe Ash? Ash could do with one. Give me a sexy ninja man.
Excellent work. We'll interrogate the captive back at base. Your part is done here, Tenno.
I just know at some point it's going to jump forward. I mean, it kind of already did, because I know Valkyrie wasn't in the first wave. Nor was Mesa, actually. Nor was Vauban, actually. I think Vauban was one of the first additions after beta launch. Nova gets a lot of attention. Nova will easily get one as well. She's like the cutesy girl frame from that era. Yeah. That's what I mean, though, is like Vauban kind of jumped the queue a little bit as well as Valkyrie and Mesa. Mag and Frost are early. Do you know a frame that could really do with a proper glow up? Trinity. Trinity needs a fucking go over. She needs like a total rework. She's not useful at all anymore. Like everything else can do what she does, but better. Survivability is so much easier now. It used to be good for like energy generation, but like how often do you need that anymore? Nope. Garbage. Yes. Trinity and Loki. Loki as well, actually. Alright. Right. The older frames that have been power crept to shit definitely need to go over. They did it for Oberon. You know, you can do so much with augments, but like sometimes I think they need a proper tweak. Like something needs to change, you know? Excalibur got it. They changed Radial Javelin from being his ult, gave him Exalted Blade. Best design choice ever. He's still able to be relevant because of it. Chromatic Blade makes things so practical with like condition overload. But I mean, realistically, is there a way to sort by like... No, it doesn't say when they're added. It's a shame. I mean, there's so many frames now, and a lot of them do have like their niches, but just weird that Nidus got an update. I mean, the Nidus also kind of had the same issue with being a little out of date. But I think it sort of comes from being like a played frame. You know, there are other frames that do kind of what a lot of the older ones do, but better nowadays. It's generally the problem. So unless they come in and they're a real big old splash, they tend to get power crept eventually. Particularly when you get frames like, you know, Zaku can kind of do a lot. I always think this about like fire frames specifically, because obviously originally Ember's fine. Ember used to be good, and then they nerfed her. Followed by Nezha, who is kind of fire, kind of not. You know, like it's a heat frame, but not primarily its design. Temple, also heat. Uriel. You could argue Sirius as well, but like I don't necessarily count that. But they all kind of do what Ember did, but better. Yeah, but I'll tell you for why. It's nothing to do with Iron Skin, nothing to do with anything except for that. That is why. Rhino has one of the strongest abilities in the game just because it's just a straight damage buff that works additively, if I remember correctly. Or multiplicatively, I can't remember. Yeah, I mean, literally, I know obviously they did tweak Saren in the end, but I remember when they did that nerf and I was like, Saren's right there. She does the same thing. But I mean, like, cold frames, right? We got Frost. We've got Ureli. You know, you could argue Gauss as well. Gauss has a little bit of cold. I wouldn't necessarily count that. I'm trying to think of anybody else who does, like, cold damage. It's nice to have options, you know, to have more than one frame. Like, if you're like a, you know, if you like using lightning, electricity even, volt, dire, Zaku's void is like the void damage, isn't he? They, even, sorry. Corvex's radiation. Does Protea have any electricity? I wouldn't say Uriel's taken the throne, but I think if you're going from a perspective of like heat application as like a spellcaster, yes. Just because he has that ridiculous ult that can just cover an entire room. He's also just like very multi-purpose. I still think Nezha holds up as a really good just weapons platform kind of do-it-all frame. It's fast. It's hard to kill. It has a way of making your weapons do an inordinately large amount of damage. If I was less of a sentimentalist and I put Raw on it as well in place of the Divine Spears, it would be horrific. Because you can get that, I believe the Raw would also stack with the hitting with the Chakram. Because the Chakram, my Chakram gives like a 300% damage increase. Yeah, Dagath is viral. I mean, like, I've no problem. I guess technically Lavos does all the elements, but I've no problem with them like adding frames in the same category. There's only so many damage types. It makes sense, but it feels like they don't really. It's less that they fill a different niche, and more that they just end up power creeping the originals, which is a bit sad. I mean, Frost has something unique that others don't. I was about to say that. That's incorrect. The frame literally right next to it also has a big defensive shield. I can't think of anybody else. I mean, how forgettable is fucking Sight? Who uses Sight? Gun frame. He's just sniper rifle Mesa. I don't know. It's what happens when the game gets this busy. Anyway, guys, I think we are going to call it there. We're going to go over and raid Kyle if he's still on. Yeah. Okay, give me 2 seconds. Right, I'm not sure how quick this will be to go, so I'm just gonna... Thank you so much for watching, guys. Oh, 15 viewers, wow. What a treat. Follow if you're not. Always helpful. It's been a pleasure, though. Thanks for the chats. And I will see you tomorrow. Probably going to do some Cyberpunk and try and finish that off. But thanks for hanging out, guys. It's been a pleasure. We're going to go and raid Polarizing now. / raid Polar... How do I do this? Polarizing. Right. Here we go. It'd be very helpful if you go and raid him, just to give him a bit of a confidence boost. But thanks so much for hanging out, guys. I'll see you tomorrow. Have a good one. Bye.